Good evening. The mayor has called the council meeting to order. Mayor Roscoe.
Present.
Councilmember Bracken.
Yes, here.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Here.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sardinius.
Here.
Councilmember Stoner.
Present.
And Councilmember Vasquez.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mr. Bracken.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Stay standing for the invocation, please. Father.
Father Juan Carlos Paguagua from St. Agnes Catholic Church.
Try to say that a couple times.
Let us pray. Gracious and loving God, we gather at this village council meeting with gratitude for the community of Key Biscayne and for the opportunity to serve the common good. In this season of renewal, we are reminded that hope is always possible, that new beginnings can arise even in difficult times, and that light is stronger than darkness. May this spirit inspire us to work together with wisdom, respect, and generosity, and to leave behind a lasting legacy, a legacy of hope, faith, justice, and mutual respect for the generations who are already stepping into the leadership, and for those who will one day be called to serve this community. We pray in a very special way for our mayor, council members, village staff, and all who carry the responsibility of public service. Grant them clarity of mind, integrity of heart, and spirit of cooperation. Help them to listen with openness and to make decisions that promote peace, fairness, and the well-being of all. We also remember with special care the senior members of our community, those who have built and sustained what we now enjoy. As they gradually lose strength and as loneliness may touch their hearts, may we never forget them. Inspire us to honor them with presence, compassion, and dignity, ensuring that they continue to feel valued, accompanied, and loved. Bless this community of Key Biscayne. Strengthen among us spirit of unity, mutual respect, and care for one another. Guide the discussions and decisions made this evening, that they may reflect wisdom and a sincere commitment to the common good. We place this meeting and this community in your care, and we ask your blessing upon all who are present. Amen.
Amen.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is brief comments by council.
Go to public comments then.
Public comments?
Thank you. Kiko Sarasua.
I thought you guys would have a chance to talk before I do. I'm here speaking on behalf of Betty the Crossing Guard.
Your name and address, please.
Kiko Sarasua, 442 Hampton Lane. I just want to bring to your attention, because my understanding is that there's some possible friction with her. Whether it's true or not, I can neither affirm nor deny. But nevertheless, if there is, I've been going through the school for years. Every time I leave the community center, I pass by, and it's usually at the time where the children are being let out. And for years, I have seen how Betty and her staff relate to the kids, the parents, and how they work with your phenomenal police department. I just wanted to say that I doubt that you would find someone who has a better reputation in the community, a better way with the children, a better way with the parents than Betty.
Sir, just come to the mic so the public
sorry.
can hear you. I'm sorry.
I want to be a moving target.
Yes, yes.
I want them to hear.
And I just want to say that you wouldn't be able to find someone who is as caring and loving and concerned as she is. And with that, I'll leave you to your...
Is she a crossing guard? Who is Betty?
Yeah, she's in charge of the
She
crossing
runs a
guards.
crossing guard.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, what?
She's in charge of, it's her company that does the.
Okay.
Thank you for your public comment. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, I'll leave you all. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Good night. Betty Conroy.
Hi, good evening. My name is Betty Sim Conroy, 785 Crandon Boulevard, Key Biscayne. I am president of the Key Biscayne Neighbors Association, and tonight I wanted to report on where we are with the referendum. Our proposed amendment, it's a charter amendment, requires that any large-scale stormwater or flood prevention efforts must be approved by a majority of voters if the total cost is estimated to exceed $50 million over a 3-year period. This change shifts the ultimate decision-making power for major multi-million-dollar drainage and flood control investments directly to the residents, ensuring taxpayer oversight on the village's most expensive infrastructure commitments. We have had our petition for about a week, and I have to tell you, the response has been amazingly, overwhelmingly positive. So we are moving ahead at full steam. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Steve Simon.
Steve Simon, 335 Harbor Lane, Mayor, Council, Administration. I'm here to speak to you about your upcoming decision pertaining to Zone 1 stormwater system and the two choices before you, which are being referred to as the centralized or AECOM plan and the decentralized or GIT plan. As you prepare for the upcoming meetings wherein you'll be asked to cast your vote, I suggest that both Council and the public will benefit by reviewing and factoring in some relevant historical context. Let's go back to 1991, when meetings were held down the street in the school's old cafeteria. In the fall of that year, our election results were written with chalk on what was literally blank slate. Rasco was the name at the top of that runoff list. When Key Biscayne first became a municipality 35 years ago, you could say that from a planning perspective, this village was very much like a blank slate. We moved forward together with important contributions from other volunteers, such as the Master Plan Committee chaired by Frank Kaplan. Policy deliberations, lots of public input, and tax dollars brought us gradually from an ignored outpost of Dade County without sidewalks or street trees, other than some scattered and leftover coconut palms from the plantation, to a pedestrian-friendly community, including a fully developed safe routes to school network of sidewalks, which included, as recently as 2019, an $867,000 state of Florida grant, and fairly recent designation as a Tree City USA, an honor bestowed by the Arbor Day Foundation. Last night, my daughter, who is now both a horticulturalist and arborist, sent me a quote from the Arbor Day Foundation website. Trees are useful, I'm quoting from their website, trees are useful and valuable components of city stormwater infrastructure and provide measurable reductions in runoff volume and pollutant loads. Municipalities should explore opportunities to expand tree planting programs and incorporate trees into engineered stormwater systems. Trees are not just landscaping placed on top of city infrastructure, they are city infrastructure. Simply stated, thinking back about the past 35 years, we are most certainly no longer a blank slate. Yet the AECOM plan seems to prepare us for the future by erasing from that blackboard our accomplishments of the past 35 years. Their approach to construction is to, in essence, recreate that blank slate from 35 years ago. The GIT report, on the other hand, demonstrates sensitivity to our history, such as in the section titled Constructability and Secondary Impacts under Retrofit Constraints. The differences between AECOM and GIT, it sure seems to me, are pretty stark. So let's display that contrasting information in an easy-to-grasp format. Let's turn the Black and Veatch criteria from last week's 7-page analysis into a side-by-side comparison chart, and then build upon it in a collaborative way with both council and residents providing input. Could we prepare that chart in time for Thursday evening's Stormwater Subcommittee meeting? Someday, I predict the footnote to this long chapter will read, "Special thanks to the Council Subcommittee and whoever else in the community discovered GIT for providing us with a stormwater system that will achieve the Council's desired level of service in the least disruptive and most expandable way, and almost as remarkably, simultaneously created a political off-ramp away from AECOM." Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Luis de la Cruz.
Luis de la Cruz, 640 Allendale. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members. So we had what was supposed to be the last meeting of the ad hoc committee the other day. As it turns out, it's not going to be the last meeting. We have one more meeting set up in order to try to come up with a recommendation. At that meeting, we had GIT put together a presentation of his system, and then we had a second presentation put together by Black and Veatch, Mr. Huda. And he was cloaked with the definition of impartiality. He was our owner's rep, quote unquote, that was giving you information on both and then picking one at the end. Well, let's go back and figure out what Black and Veatch's role has been for the last 5 years in the village of Key Biscayne. Since 2022, they have been working with the manager in order to put together this huge project called by some, the Big Dig, and I'm not sure what the village calls it, but he has been side by side. When I say him, I say Mike. Mike is a great engineer, a wonderful person, but he has been basically working as staff for the village of Key Biscayne. And he has been working as staff side by side with AECOM in order for AECOM to build the project that they're proposing that you guys go forward with. I'll tell you right now that I think that Mike Huda is as responsible, or his company is as responsible as anyone else for us having spent almost $9 million in designing a project that should not go forward. And then we ask him the last day of the ad hoc meeting for him to come before the ad hoc members and the people in the audience, which is even more important, and stand up there as if he was the independent voice looking at everything from a very independent way. Guys, I can't believe, Ed and Mike, that you guys allowed that to happen, in all sincerity. I was so disappointed that I couldn't possibly when I held back myself till the end of the meeting before I made my comments, but you know, it was an insult to the intelligence of the people that were in the audience for you guys to allow that the village put up Black and Veatch to tell you guys the way that you should go with respect to choosing a proposal here. It's insulting. It's insulting to me because I worked so hard on this, and it's insulting to everybody who was sitting on that audience that we would get that treatment where a person who is not independent, who has been working hand in hand with AECOM with respect to their design, whose company has charged us almost $3 million during this whole thing for what? For interpreting another engineer's work? It's just the most absurd setup that I think I'm like in like in a nightmare. And then we go to the meeting this last meeting, and then we're expected to accept that this guy, this company is going to be our owner's rep. They're looking out for you. Come on, guys. Please. Just like our chief resiliency officer, I don't know if he's here, but, you know, it's clear that shallow injection wells are much better treatment for stormwater than pumping, you know, what is basically polluted stormwater out into Biscayne Bay. Much better treatment.
Louis, you want to land this?
Yes, sir. Miami-Dade County wants us to do it the other way. Let's do it the way they want. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mike Davy.
Mike Davy, 50 Ocean Lane Drive. A couple comments on I spoke to the manager, I spoke to fire about this, but I have some concerns about the agreement that you're going to, the memorandum of agreement on the OASI. No exhibits were attached to what we got, so I couldn't review them, Ed, and I would never agree to an agreement unless I was able to read everything, okay? So, you happy on that one? But seriously, take a look at it. From what I understand, it's pretty benign, but I think you all need to see, as I understand it, you've all been delivered the exhibits. Make sure before you approve the consent agenda that you take a look at these things and make sure they're good, because I don't like not knowing what we're agreeing to in an agreement. There's a whole bunch of things tied to Exhibit 1 that we are agreeing to that we didn't see as residents, and I think that's something we got to look at. With regard to the approval of park use fees, I would advocate that decision stays with the council. I don't think, no disrespect to the manager, I think he's a great guy, I think Todd's awesome, but I think if we're gonna be making policy changes, I think those are changes that should be done up here on the dais by you all. So those are minor items, but I would just recommend that you all talk us through and make it happen for the community. As far as the stormwater project, I'm just gonna advocate, you're all passionate about this. You all want what's right for the community. I know how hard it is to sit up there. I've done it. We get a lot of hard projects that come at us. We have to make hard decisions. The fact is, get all the data and make sure you're getting all the data before you rush to judgment. I know there's a referendum out there, and that's great. I'm glad that citizens are involved and they're passionate about this. But you make the decision, and you need all the information in order to make that decision. So get the data, look at it, compare apples to apples, and then you'll make your decision, and we'll all deal with it. I know where I'm leaning, and it may shock some people to learn who I agree with on this, but I think we need to move forward as a community, and you all are the ones who are going to make the decision. I don't believe that it's in the best interest of the residents for decisions like this to be made by referendum. I just don't, and that's been something I've stood against since we had the zoning ordinance that was the zoning charter amendment that was put in there that screwed up our ability to change our zoning code. I think we have to be very careful when we make changes to our charter. And I just don't think this is the right one. No disrespect to the people who are doing it. I think they mean very well. So those are my points. I hope you all have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the public comments I have. Let's go to 7B, please.
We need to set the agenda.
Oh, I'm
If
sorry.
that's all right, Mr. Mayor.
I have some additions and deferrals. Okay. I would like to defer consent 8C, tab 5, for the reasons that Mike said and for some others. I want time to go through the exhibits which were given to us now. I also have some questions about the timing of the agreement, which lasts for another year and a couple of months. I want to understand it a little bit better before we, even though I understand that this request is for reimbursement of money we've already spent, we are signing, I believe, a new agreement, so, or a confirmation that we're in the agreement. As far as discussion items, I have 4 discussion items. I'm going to paraphrase them. I've given them to, summaries of them to the clerk so that we didn't have to waste time, but on one, I want as a discussion item, I have a motion to reconsider the resolution that we passed on February 10th regarding authorizing the manager to advance the village-wide the utility undergrounding program. I have some questions about that, and I think we need to explore the issue of whether we want to underground just the power or power and communications, and I think we need to discuss that more fully instead of just rushing forward with that when we know we want to do the power. But I think there's some financial considerations that we need to go over. My second thing is I would like to have a discussion for the council to direct the manager to determine the feasibility of revising our website so that our searches are easier. There's something, we have it in Laserfiche, and I don't know about the expense, but I'd like to look into transferring it over to PDF so we can search it more easily. I think that might help with some of the public records requests, and I know that I have a very hard time finding things, so I want to discuss that. My third thing is I would like the council to direct the manager and the CFO to provide an overarching plan to deal with the possible loss of revenue on account of the possible ad valorem tax changes and discontinue the fee-for-service approach. And my fourth thing is the same thing as the third thing, so just three things. Just three things.
Okay.
Are there
Consent
any other
agenda.
changes?
Consent agenda, pull 8B for discussion.
What are we doing? We're deferring it?
No,
We're taking it off?
I'm just
Pulling
saying,
it off the consent agenda.
I'm just saying for discussion rather than consent,
Okay.
on 8B.
See, I'm a little confused. Do you want to pull 8C or delay 8C?
I want to,
Do you want to discuss it
She wanted to defer it.
I want to defer it so I can look at the exhibits.
at a later date?
Yeah.
Any consequence to delay?
Mr. Mayor, Chief Davis will give us a status of where that is.
Good evening.
Why don't you also tell the council to start with why are we going back to a 2024 grant? Just kind of put it in context for us, if you would.
All right,
please.
good evening. Chief Davis, Fire Rescue. Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. All right, so we're trying to play catch up. We're really behind in this agreement. This is a formality that we've been doing. We have gotten the 2022, 2023, which we've used to purchase. 23 we just used where you approved the purchase of the Polaris. The 2024 was never done. So we're just trying to play catch up. What it is just something to their file to keep the relationship that we have with Miami UASI to allow us to accept reimbursements when we spend the money.
Are
So
we going
that's-
to lose the ability to get the reimbursements if we defer it for until the next
Yes,
meeting?
we're beyond the time period here. As a matter of fact, I had already, like you mentioned earlier, we spent the money for tools and equipment, extrication tools for heavy rescue for storm, and I found out after I've submitted for reimbursement that we don't have an agreement. So it's a formality, it's just to get this paperwork to their file.
But I'm asking, if we don't make a decision on this until next month, are we going to lose the ability to get the money? Is there a deadline?
We're beyond the deadline. The deadlines do move, but they've already extended it for me to get to this point. And they're calling me right and left, just ability to call me right and left to tell me I need this paperwork back. So I'm not sure what's going to happen if it's not approved today, because I've kind of thought that it would be approved because it's a formality. So I'm not sure what's going to happen at this point. I'd have to call them and find out. But I know it does hold up our 2025 and our 2026 funds that we have on hold. So those deadlines will have to be extended as well.
Okay, so would you mind just leaving it on and so that we can continue the discussion? Because otherwise, you know, we're going to have the full discussion.
Sure, yeah, we can have the discussion. that's
Okay,
fine.
all right.
Mayor, are we gonna pull that for regular agenda?
For discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, no, this is, are we done with this?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to request that some of these discussion items be, as best as we can, forwarded a little bit to the top. The last time I had, I know I had a lot of discussion items, but they were left to last, and one of them was critical. It was about the discussion of the water quality in Biscayne Bay, and I think that's important given the, you know, we have the senator here.
Well, we have
all the residents,
a
and I would
very
really like-
short agenda. So
Okay, but if-
I think that we should be able to get to it. And I think we'll have the time to go over anything you want to at the end.
Indulge me with that, I would really appreciate it. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Is that item on the discussion
No,
list?
no, no.
Did you
it's-
want to
it-
add it, or?
About the whole agenda. We're approving the agenda.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Of the
Aye.
agenda changes? Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a special presentation of a proclamation.
Let me take the state senators here first, and we
Okay.
can do that.
A special presentation, state legislative update to the village by State Senator Alexis Calatayud.
Welcome, Senator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, Mr. Village Manager. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. We have concluded feels like the first part of the 2026 legislative session about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Coming back home, my number one focus in representing you all and our residents of Key Biscayne is to make sure we're focused on quality of life and cost of living. Baseline. This legislative session, we have yet to pass a state budget for fiscal year 26-27, and we have in the near future a special session coming regarding the discussion of a reduction in homestead property taxes. I take very seriously the incredible services and the fiduciary responsibility of this board in the millage that you tax residents on and how you use those funds. And so as we enter into what will become both the budget period, in which I'm seeking to match $1.5 million of investments that you all are already making and bring back those state dollars to move forward in an expedited manner what you have prioritized. I also want to make sure that we make wise and judicious recommendations and providing amendment language regarding property tax relief that truly provides relief and is not a political gesture but a meaningful gesture to those who need it, while understanding the complexity of what reduction to your budget means to that same quality of life that's expected. So I just wanted to say that the balance is not lost on me, and I'll be working diligently with your team to make sure that we're representing that balance in the legislative discussions to come in Tallahassee. This past legislative session, my team and I were able to focus on really specific goals that I think are important to all of Miami-Dade County. One was a victory on the urban development boundary, which is very important in discussions about water quality and on continued management of overdevelopment. I personally amended out a vote threshold reduction for the county commission to move the urban development boundary, maintaining the high threshold currently in place of a supermajority of members, working with stakeholders across the county and across the state to prioritize that. I also led the initiative that provided $30 million in stopgap funding, the only budget item that has been signed by the governor to this point for HIV medication for 12,000 HIV positive individuals across our state who otherwise would have gone without medication for 4 months. We're currently working on, in the upcoming budget negotiations, to fully fund the program into the future after the Affordable Care Act subsidies expired on December 31st, and thousands of individuals were left without life-sustaining medication. I also worked this legislative session on passing the most comprehensive update to domestic violence law in recent state history, with a focus on creating a pilot system that is going to allow for victims and survivors of domestic violence to have greater distance in time between the law enforcement officials and themselves being notified when the proximity of a personal violence injunction is essentially broken. That's something I'm very proud to have worked on with Representative Tendrich, herself a survivor of domestic violence. We also worked with the school district on a new provision that's going to focus on increasing the amount of housing, affordable housing available to school teachers, and to leverage vacant and underutilized facilities across the county to really focus on this cost of living challenge for our public servants. We're working diligently to understand how to also leverage that for our firefighters, for our police officers, for our first responders, to find ways that the people who are putting themselves on the line, the people who are sacrificing so much, whether it's their time through public service, to be able to live near the communities that they serve. So we passed legislation regarding that, also empowering churches to be a part of the goal of reducing the cost of living for housing construction across the state. We've worked diligently to make sure that not just the funding priorities regarding property taxes are focused on, but those initiatives that are most important to you all, whether that's active senior programs, stormwater programs, bolstering the vision of this council. And I want to just thank you for your partnership. And, you know, it is a tremendous honor to represent you and the things that are important to you. And if we should have any questions, I am here to answer them.
Thank you so much, Senator, for all the work you've done on behalf of Key Biscayne. Questions?
Just echoing the thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Has the Senate come up with any bill for the reduction in homestead, or is it strictly in the House?
Thank you for the question. The Senate has been diligently working to understand what are the first, second, and third order effects of property tax reduction, whether in a complete elimination, as was originally articulated by the governor, or a reduction in different formats as the House has proposed. The Senate did not offer a legislative session bill policy recommendation because we have not yet found and publicly shared a concept that we feel has struck the important balance. This is obviously not just for our county in Miami-Dade, but for the 67 incredibly unique counties and the many, many municipalities across our state. We are interested in relief for residents, not in the disruption of important systems. So that has been the balance the Senate will maintain and will prioritize. There are more modest reductions that are being considered in the Senate that could be a percentage rather than a dollar amount, that could be more responsibly managed for the different types of communities that Florida represents. And so we've yet to publicly present, nor has leadership openly disclosed the strategy that they have going into a yet unannounced special session. But I have been doing my best to make clear the fiscal responsibility of this municipality, and frankly, almost all, I would say all of those that I represent.
So if you're a betting person, I'm sure you're not, do you think there will be something passed as far as homestead is current in the special session to be called?
I'm not a vetting woman because I spend my money on food, but I think there will most certainly be a form of property tax relief offered to voters for the November ballot. But I can tell you, I have personally spent, 25 hours meeting with the policy staff on tax and finance, the president of the Senate's policy advisors, the education staff of budget and the health staff of the budget, not just to articulate the reality of this impact on our municipalities, but to articulate the impact on the Public Health Trust, in which I'm a trustee member, and on the Children's Trust, which, as just a advocate for low-income families and the incredible early learning and the after-school care and plus services that these provide uniquely through ad valorem funds to our community and to the most vulnerable. These impacts need to be understood and considered, not just in carve-outs for law enforcement and fire and school district, but really truly understood to all their impacts. So that's kind of been my work. It's important to provide affordability relief. It is also important to not disrupt essential institutions across our community. So I'll continue advocating as we develop our public proposal.
Can you go over a lot of people might not understand what the issue is with Jackson Health so that people are educated?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. The Jackson Public Health System, due to its standing as the only public health trust in Florida, is statutorily the recipient of a maintenance of effort, a percentage of funding required as a part of the operating budget of the county. If there is a reduction of property taxes received by the county, an equivalent percentage reduction into the maintenance of effort would be received by Jackson. So it would be a consistent annual recurring reduction of funding that has to this point stabilized what is, our effort is to have a world-class public system, and frankly, I'm tremendously proud of it. And so any sort of property tax relief that is layered onto the county budget will in some way affect Jackson. And it's one of my goals, if that were to pass, to make sure that the maintenance of effort or any sort of statutory changes required before the full implementation would be considered within the 2027 legislative session before the implementation of the policy, so that our world-class institution can continue serving Miamians across the county. Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor.
Can you just, I know it hasn't been set, but what are the possible timelines of when you would be meeting so that people know when you're not around that you're in session?
There's likely a special session on congressional redistricting the 20th through the 24th of April. There is 2 additional special sessions we're likely going to see on the Florida state budget for fiscal year 26 and 27 that's yet to be announced. There's at least a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks required for that process, because we have what's called a cooling off period, a mandatory 72 hours after we go through what could be an $113 to $115 billion budget that we have to decide every element of. And there will be the property tax special session. And all of this will likely take place within the next 2 months. Potentially the property tax special session later, but as of right now, I've been asked to be available April, May, and June. So it's a pleasure to serve.
Any other questions,
I
comments?
just wonder if you could elaborate just slightly on the role of the churches and in dealing with the squeeze on people and where they're going to live. And
what a great question. Thank you. It's something I'm really passionate about. In our legislative Senate district begins in the north of Key Biscayne, but it concludes as south as the Homestead Air Reserve Base. And so I've spent a great deal of time, particularly with some of our South Dade churches, which are on kind of that, the boundary of what ends up being quite rural, large 3, 4, 5, 10-acre plots that have churches on them. This is also in a place that's experiencing a tremendous amount of growth and gentrification. I've been meeting with pastors and ministers who have these larger parcels to discuss what it would look like if their ministry was not simply their the spiritual outreach and spiritual community they built, but the consideration of a place in developing the community itself. And almost as an effort for the true spiritual heart of the community to become the physical center of the community and participate in the visioning out, not just of what is the intellectual moral core of the community, but physically. And so meeting with the provisions in the workforce housing policy have allowed a by right entitlement similar to that exists now for school district property for workforce housing to be developed in a style that's mixed use, mixed income, multifamily rental that will add so much, not just to the character of the community, but really invite not just new residents, but maintain a place for the existing residents. We also have the opportunity with the churches to leverage the underlying property tax exemption. So we don't just provide workforce units, which is considered moderate income units, but to provide deep affordability so that we have what's considered traditional affordable housing for 40, 60, all the way up to 70% of area median income. This is something that can be possible when you leverage the different tools that we've created in property tax exemptions for that particular type of product, leveraged with property continually owned by ministries.
What you're saying basically is to provide housing, which is great for people who need it. But you're also saying at the same time that local government has been restrictive and as a result will not permit the housing to happen but for local zoning. And so now you're taking, at least it appears to me, you're taking the decision, I'm not saying it's wrong, but you're taking decision-making away from the local government and pushing it to the state government. So that, for instance, now we have one particular property here, a church with lots of ground down the street, and they could now build a 12-story building there, right? Because it's a church property under the Live Local Act, within a mile, the whole thing, correct? So we have lost our ability to zone locally on government, church, what else?
It depends on the acreage, so it requires at least...
Over 3 acres.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So...
That's what the code is.
Yes, sir. The goal of workforce housing legislation, and we've had these conversations, the council, in the 4 years the policy has been in effect, we've not had a viable live local product. And I think that's what we knew going into the legislation itself. We knew that this wasn't a place that would necessarily become a product for. But we do think that the same employees that Key Biscayne relies on every day can be people that benefit from this project from the county side, from the mainland. And so really excited, as I know so many of the employers here in Key Biscayne have challenges with the cost of living and affordability issues of their own employees, to make sure that that becomes an issue that we're tackling and we're supporting the business community on their workforce issues.
So all I'm saying, I'm not disagreeing with the motive of what you're doing is not good or anything else. It's a question of you're deciding that basically we as local government haven't done our job in providing the proper zoning to encourage development for workforce housing. And so the state is now stepping in to do it. I mean, that's how I see it. Maybe I'm missing something.
I think you guys do a great job.
What a politician. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's skip to 7E and 7F.
7E, barbecue with a cop, Chief of Police Francis J. Sosa.
And also the annual report.
And the Police Department 2025 Annual Report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. On February 27th of this year, we had an inaugural event, Barbecue Cop, and I'd like to call up a couple people that I'd like to take a moment and recognize real quickly. The Key Biscayne Community Church could come up, Winn-Dixie, and Agua Miel. And Officer LaCourt, you can come up here also, please. So I was sitting at home working, because that's what I like to do. And it's always good to borrow ideas. And I came across a town in the Midwest that came up with an idea to just have a random barbecue and serve their residents. And I thought it was a great idea. So I went to our VRO, who, like so many things that they do here, they made it happen. But it can't happen without our partners.
Nobody knows what a VRO is.
Village Resource Officer. Mr. London knows because he grilled me on it when I asked for one. So, we have incredible partners in this community, and that's what makes Key Biscayne a special place. Winn-Dixie, Jose, consistently there for us. No matter what time we call him, he always answers, and he's a huge supporter of the police department. Agua Miel, since you guys have arrived here, you guys are participating in Coffee with a Cop. You're always there supporting not only police staff, but fire staff, and then obviously the community church. I know a lot of you didn't get to come. It was an awesome event, over 300 hamburgers, 300 hot dogs, 2 hours at Village Green on a Friday night. Lots of cooking and lots of food serving, and it was a great event. And I just want to take a moment and recognize everyone for their generosity and what will certainly be another successful event in the near future, so you can all come and have me serve you a hamburger. And the community church was cooking, and we were all there. And it was a great event, and it really showed why this community is so special. So I just have a plaque here for each of them and some certificates for their employees. And I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the Key Biscayne Police Department.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know if you guys want to say
why-
anything?
Yeah.
Go and take a
I want to
picture.
say something. I want to say it's a privilege working in this community, and I really like it. Really working here. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose. We'll do a picture with your.
I mean, same here. Like, thank you, the mayor, vice mayor, and the council member. Like, is village manager. Is talking on behalf of Agua Miel. It's great to be in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're all incredibly honored to serve everyone here, and we're just so blessed that we can do this all together. So let's do this all together. This is not a one-person thing. This is all an entire community. So thank you, guys.
Also, I would like to share, working together with the community, our chief and the major, they put their gloves down and they was grilling. They worked so hard that, I was honored to work for a chief like that.
Can we get a lobster roll out of it?
Here, you guys can come up here and we'll take a photo here. Thank you so much. Yeah. And I do want to also, before we move on, publicly thank Todd from Parks and Rec, especially his employee David Plotkin, who came out and helped us that night. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize him.
Yay, Todd.
You want to do?
Annual report?
Yes.
Okay, I know you just got this hot off the press and you haven't been able to look at it, but I enjoy doing this with our staff because I think it's a good barometer for you as our representatives to be able to answer questions from constituents. And more importantly, I think it's a good opportunity for the police department to be transparent with the community and share the information of the work that the officers are doing day in and day out. I know we're going to talk about our survey, and I know that there's some concerns with traffic, but I'd like to point out that traffic enforcement continues and will continue to be our strongest priority in this police department, along with the safety and protection of our children. And each year in the last 4 years since I've been your chief, The staff at this police department has increased citations every single year, and you'll see that they did it yet again in this last year, writing a total of 1,354 citations last year. Another thing that I like to highlight is our crime continues to decrease, which is a good thing. We had a 36% overall reduction last year, and you can see that we had an increase not only in traffic citations, but our parking citations increased 42% as we continue to get concerns from residents on a steady basis about traffic and parking issues along our side streets here. I'm proud of the work that the men and women do here. It's not me, it's them, and I'm just the lucky one that gets to lead them. So I'd like you to take a look at this, and if you have any questions or concerns, I'll be more than willing to answer them. But it was another great year at the police department, and we look forward to having a better year this year.
Chief, before you jump, just a quick question. Do you have any idea why the traffic crashes and hit and runs have gone up so substantially?
Yeah, so a lot of our hit and runs here, just so you know, are parking lot hit and runs, where we have a vehicle parked and someone leaves and they don't leave it. We do follow up on all of our hit and runs. We're able to solve a majority of them through video technology. Crashes is just, it's a matter of paying attention, right? We're going to have traffic crashes no matter what we do. But that's why traffic enforcement, like I said, is going to continue to be a main priority for us because of the way the island's structured too, right? You know, we don't have the large, wider roads that some communities have.
So when you talk about hit and runs, we're not talking about somebody hitting someone
No.
and then taking off.
No, a hit and run by state statutes classified the way I explained to you. We
We're
don't
talking
have
about
those.
somebody nicking somebody's car in the parking lot, not being a good citizen and waiting for them. Okay.
Correct. That is the majority of our hit and runs.
But the traffic,
Fortunately, we don't
the
have.
traffic crashes are 25% increases. Are those any small vehicular crash? That's not a
We haven't had any fatalities, minor injuries.
these are little hit and run, little.
Yeah,
little
yeah,
bumps.
minor crashes, thank God. We did have that one serious accident last year here where the car flipped. Fortunately, everybody was okay.
Thank you.
What's the difference between burglary and larceny?
A burglary is where someone enters into a premises where there's a curtilage. A larceny is if something's stolen, like a phone.
So someone breaks into a house, no one's there, it's a larceny.
No, if someone breaks into a house and no one's there, that's a burglary.
When's it?
If I steal a purse on the sand, that's a larceny.
So it doesn't matter if they're home or not, it's a burglary.
Correct, regardless if it's occupied or not. If someone is home with that, it becomes a felony. At that point, it's an increased penalty because it's occupied.
Thank you.
If I took this would be larceny, if I got
can
away
have
with it.
Then it's a gift.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. We appreciate your support.
Great, thank you.
Chief, one thing on the
sure.
Baker Acts, there's a number of them. Are we about proportional to other communities, do we think?
You know, that's a great question, Councilmember. That's definitely a concern of mine. We do have a high number per capita for our community. Other municipalities are seeing an increase also. I've spoken to a number of our clergy here to help us with this issue. We do have some, obviously, members of the community that we see on more than one occasion, and we are limited on what we can do, but we're also always offering services. We've gone out of our way with some citizens this year, as you're aware, to offer an extended amount of services by contacting the county and additional resources. I think it's just something we have to continue working on together and realize that we're not immune from what everyone goes on in society. You know, we look at Key Biscayne, it certainly is a beautiful and mostly affluent location, but we still have individuals who struggle and sometimes just need a helping hand or an ear for someone to listen to.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
The statistics on Baker Acts are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good job. Is there anybody here from the special magistrates?
Jeremy's going to give a quick update on the numbers for that.
Good evening, Council. Jeremy Kausgager, Director of Building, Zoning, and Planning. Also oversee code compliance, which is what handles special magistrates, bringing cases to the special magistrates. We had an active year for them this year. There were 8 meetings, in addition to 2 that are normally not scheduled around the holidays and around July 4th. There were also two other meetings which were canceled because cases were either postponed or what is very, very common for special magistrates is right before people come before the magistrate, they decide that, no, they actually are okay with paying the fine. So that actually happened in about 2/3 of the cases that were scheduled before the magistrates. They heard 31 cases, the bulk of which have to do with building violations. A lot of issues with buildings that haven't come into compliance with fire codes was probably the single most common thing. A couple cases where we've had 40-year recertifications go quite late. They also have a role in monitoring those where even if we haven't cited the property, we've had them come in and report regularly to special magistrates to make sure that there's still progress being made. It's been a very, very valuable tool for getting reluctant folks to comply with that. We are currently scouring the records to see if they had actually mitigated any fines. We've gotten through about half of the records, and they had actually not mitigated any of the fines for about 15 of the cases. So we'll get a more accurate report for that, but we actually have to go through case by case. We hadn't been keeping records specifically for that. So, are there any questions?
Can we do that going forward? Would
Yes.
it be hard to do that?
No, I think once we are like, okay, we want to keep track of this, we'll take care of it.
Great.
Because they only educated 31 cases for the whole year, because most things are just settled beforehand. So,
Questions? Nope. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's do the survey.
7C, Village of Key Biscayne Biennial Resident Survey Results given by ETC Institute.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we're going to do this by Zoom, so give us a second to set this up. It should be coming up very soon.
I should be sharing my screen. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay. This is Ryan Murray with ETC Institute.
Ryan, you're up, but it's very hard to hear you. If you could speak a little bit louder.
Yeah, let me see. I've got my laptop right next to my face here. See if I can get closer. All right, I think it's up there by my camera, so I'm gonna leave my camera off so y'all don't see my mouth so closely. Is this any better?
Yes, I think we can all hear.
All right, fantastic. Is everybody ready?
Yeah, okay. Alex, is there a way to get it louder?
Somebody hear you, Joe?
I do apologize.
Well, we're working on volume on our side, Ryan. Give us just about a minute, 30 seconds.
Sounds good.
All right, now we're
better?
cooking.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna stay close to my mic, so I am gonna leave my camera off for now, but I can turn it up when I get to questions if you'd like.
Okay.
I appreciate being here this evening. It's always a pleasure to present to the Village of Key Biscayne. They've been a longtime client to ETC Institute. For about the past 40 years or so, ETC Institute has really prided itself in being an institution or an organization that really helps government organizations make better decisions through statistically valid data. And through that mission, we've really become the nation's leading provider in market research for government organizations over the last 40 years. It's really an objective assessment, and we want to make sure that community leaders understand that they can really depend on this data-driven exercise to really make good decisions. And so that's really our whole purpose here, and that really folds into the purpose of the survey itself, which is really an objective assessment project. We want to address or really assess objectively the resident satisfaction with the delivery of key city services or village services, excuse me. We also want to help determine priorities for the community as part of your ongoing planning process. And so I work with staff specifically to actually include design features within the survey instrument itself that helps us develop priorities or opportunities for improvement, which we'll call our important satisfaction analysis. And one of the things that I always like to tell councils when I have the opportunity to present is that even if 100% of your residents were satisfied with each and every one of the village services assessed on the survey, we still would have developed priorities or opportunities for improvement just based on the design of the survey instrument itself. And so it's really inherently built into this process to really ensure, or really help make sure that the results are usable. And one of the last things that we want to ensure that we're doing is measuring trends from prior years, and we'll see some of that this evening. And we also want to make sure that we've got comparative benchmarks. So while the surveys are relatively similar year over year, we do allow staff to make adjustments and change the content of the survey to keep up with the times. But ETC Institute is always trying to do our best to make sure that we're grounded in benchmarking and trends analysis to ensure that we've got both historical as well as regional, Florida averages, and national trends to help make sure that we've got a little bit of additional context to maybe where we've come or where we're at currently and what some of our ratings really look like. In addition to be able to really go over the purpose of the particular survey here, one of the greatest opportunities as the researcher is to really break down the methodology for the survey. I'm the Director of Community Research at ETC Institute. I've been here for about 20 years. This is all I've ever done here at ETC Institute is statistically valid surveys. And the one key piece of this is to ensure first that every single residential address on the island or in Key Biscayne has an equal opportunity of being selected to receive the survey in the mail. We ask staff to provide us with either GIS shapefiles or confirm that the boundaries of the village haven't changed year over year, and we last administered this survey in 2024 for the village. We mail out a survey packet to the randomly selected households in the community, and we continue to follow up with those randomly selected households until reaching a certain number of completed surveys. Now, one of the discussions that I frequently have with elected officials is how does 500 surveys represent a community so large? Well, one of the things that I want to make sure that the village understands is that you receive a very high number of surveys for your overall population. But at the end of the day, ensuring that each respondent was randomly selected and ensuring that we have good geographic as well as demographic distribution in the responses ensures the results are reliable to a certain degree or a margin of error on the survey results. And so I wanted to show you the map and let you know that in addition to geographic standards and random sampling, we're also ensuring that the overall results from the survey, the demographic composition of the people who responded accurately or very closely matches that of the village itself. And that provides us with a margin of error of about 4.3% at the 95% level of confidence. And what that means is if we were to conduct the survey 100 times and I were to randomly sample your community 100 times, collect 501 surveys, and ensure that the results were geographically and demographically representative of the community, we would know that within our margin of error, those results should hold true, plus or minus the margin of error of about 4%.
Hey, Ryan, you went backwards on your slides. You need to go too forward to keep up.
Yep, I just went back to that margin of error, so you all could just see that down there at the bottom where it says 95% level of confidence. But heading back through the map there, we can see that we got very good distribution of responses. One of the other things that I wanted to mention is I know this looks very grid patterned, and that's because we're basically taking the exact home address of each respondent, and technically we're rounding it to the nearest block level. And so these dots that we're seeing here on the map are approximate locations of those actual home addresses. And we had a couple of different ways of doing this, and I went with the more spread out version so we could easily see that we got good distribution from across the village without identifying any specific homes. So none of those dots are actually on top of any homes that actually completed the survey. You're not going to count 501 dots as well because a lot of those surveys will take place on those same blocks, and so we'll have overlapping dots there as well. So I wanted to make sure to explain that particular process, but there's a whole GIS mapping appendix that we've provided in addition to the survey results, and so there's a whole bunch of mapping that we can look at as well. Those are census block group areas that you see with the boundaries, the black boundaries there, and we use the mean rating within each one of those census block groups to help shade maps, and I'll show you one of those in just a few moments. In terms of what we know, we're kind of looking at the results at a glance. We had over 500 completed surveys. Margin of error is about 4% at the 95% level of confidence, which is really great because we had over 95% of respondents tell us that the community is either an excellent or good place to raise children, place to live, and the overall quality of life in the village also received over 95% excellent and good responses. Factoring in the margin of error could be as high as 94%, or excuse me, as high as 99%, or potentially as low as 91%. But what the results tell us is that 90% or more of our village residents think that we live in an excellent or good place when it comes to a place to live, raise children, and overall quality of life. When we look at benchmarking, the village continues to set the standard for the delivery of services. You rate more than 20 percentage points above the national and Florida averages when rating the quality of life in the village. Of the 12 perception items that were comparable from 24 to 26, you saw increases in 7 of the 12 areas, with significant increases in 4. No item saw a significant decrease in our perception-related areas between 24 and 26. And while we developed opportunities for improvement specifically based on the design of the survey, enforcement of traffic laws, traffic conditions, overall village traffic conditions, traffic conditions along the Rickenbacker Causeway, and then overall traffic conditions really kind of top the mark in terms of those opportunities for us to continue to look at, try to continue to emphasize, and continue to improve as we move forward. One of the things we'll touch on first are perceptions, and we want to understand how residents or respondents to the survey rated the perceptions of the village. We sort these charts really from the positive ratings summed up left to right. And so you see over to the left, the blue remarks are going to be our more positive, very satisfied remarks. Stepping down all the way to the right where we see the sum of the dissatisfied and very dissatisfied responses. I'm not always able to group the dissatisfied and very dissatisfied responses together, but as you can see, some of your combined responses don't even make up nearly a full percentage point. And so we try to make sure that these are as legible as possible, understanding there's a tabular data section in the report that actually gives the full decimal point responses for each one of these particular questions.
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
Is it okay to interrupt here?
Sure.
What kind of questions do you ask, for example, to determine the village's efforts to plan for the future, the village's efforts to, there was another one here, something about, the flood reduction efforts.
Mm-hmm.
They're interesting numbers relative to all the work we're doing to address those issues.
Yeah. So the village efforts to plan for the future is down towards the bottom. About 56% of respondents are generally satisfied. Another 1 in 3 households indicated that neutral position, and about 15% or less than 1 in 5 were dissatisfied. These are perception-related responses. We know not every village resident is, an expert in village planning and zoning. We know not every village expert or village resident is an expert per se in efforts to reduce sea level rise or stormwater management. And so what we're doing in these surveys is really trying to get a better understanding of how respondents or residents within the village feel, perceive, really a snapshot in time of how they view or perceive the delivery of those village services. So one of the things that I always tell elected officials, myself included, when I sit behind the dais, is that these are responses from a group of respondents in the community that do demographically accurately match the makeup of the community and can be held constant over the entire village. But at the end of the day, you've got subject matter experts internally who can really help put these results into practice. And sometimes, and while this is not likely the case for everything here, sometimes it's either just a perceptions issue that we're not sure what we're doing to plan for the future, or we're not sure what that looks like as it relates to me specifically as the respondent in the evening that I'm completing the survey. But at the end of the day, the survey can really help us guide some decision making, but it won't tell us, it's not a referendum on our performance, and nor should this particular 56% level of satisfaction be a key performance indicator for how you're planning for the future. So it's a great thing to keep in touch with respondents and residents throughout the community. Overall quality of life is super strong, but we do see heavy levels of neutral for some of those areas where respondents maybe just aren't sure about what we're doing to plan for the future.
Questions, okay. Sir, do you have benchmarks with other communities? So you have a bar chart for, say, Bal Harbor or Sunny Isles or Pinecrest that you could run beside these so that we could sort of get a statistical variant of how we rate against other communities of similar financial status? So, Because
Yeah, the full report is in the packet. I think it's in that tab 2 there in the packet this evening. There is some benchmarking, but we don't divulge the specific responses from our clients. We could create a performance range average, but we do have national benchmarking and Florida state averages for those areas that we do have comparisons for.
would you have any benchmarks from Dade County? Like other municipalities within our, like for just example, Pinecrest or someone, I mean, I appreciate that you can't give the exact name, but do you have other communities that you can throw statistical numbers out?
Yeah. I mean, we work with a number of communities in the South Florida region. Pinecrest, it's been a while. The county doesn't do surveys regularly. Miami Beach is a client. A lot of geographically interesting clients, I think is the best way to put it, where it's like Plantation and Margate, and some of those landlocked communities are also clients, as well as Fort Lauderdale. Our Florida average is a community survey that we administer to the state of Florida. We do a lot of work in the area, and so we use a Florida state average, or we could work with staff to develop some additional benchmarking from Florida communities that we've surveyed within the last couple of years.
Okay, thank you. I just think it would be interesting to know where some of these questions rank to other municipalities, so we could get a sort of understanding of what that means.
Sure. And I would never recommend to an elected official or staff, for that matter, that you look at, Key Biscayne as a place to shop. And because it's at the bottom here, we look down on our offerings or our shopping offerings. These are really just perceptions of those items here. And the core ones that really tell you that you're on the right track are the 3 at the top. And it's quality of life, place to raise children, place to live. As I mentioned, the average resident in Key Biscayne is probably not that planner at heart, right? And they're not professionally trained planners like you have on staff. And so the efforts to plan for the future is less about your performance and more about understanding general perceptions in the community, which are actually relatively high, given how diabolically low these particular responses for planning for the future can be sometimes.
Thank you.
It's impossible not to draw an interesting conclusion from what you were saying a moment ago about perception and expertise and knowledge and the notion of plebiscite.
Yeah. And there's just a lot to be said. And some of these items, are just that. The number of trees in the village is a great example. 76% of respondents are generally satisfied with that item. But it's very much in the eye of the beholder. In larger communities, I frequently use an example for the village efforts to plan for the future. And the reason that I use this example is because of all our focus groups on these areas sometimes. And one of the things that continually pops up is this idea that,
Your volume is dropping off.
Okay, I'm moving back closer, sorry. One of the major things that we talk about in focus groups around planning for the future or development types or things like that is, you brought in the big box retailer that I don't prefer, and I would have rather it have been X, Y, or Z. And so there's just a lot of personal feelings and preferences in these perception questions. And when we get to some of the ratings of the actual service levels where we know respondents are frequently driving on streets or constantly walking on sidewalks, that's where we can begin to take away a little bit more insight in terms of, hey, residents really are telling us that there may be a problem with some of these things. When it comes to perceptions, we should just kind of look at those as that, snapshot in time. Generally, how do you feel about the village's efforts currently to plan for the future, understanding that there was no education provided to the respondent before answering that question. So moving forward, I'm going to take a look at that map. This is the overall quality of life in the village of Key Biscayne. There's a whole mapping appendix. What I really wanted to push the idea up here was that generally, regardless of where you live in the village, your overall perception of the quality of life in the village is very high. The census block groups are shaded. That's what those boundaries show. Those are based on the mean ratings within each one of those areas. And you can see that there are no discrepancies based on the area of the community in which you live for the overall quality of life in the village of Key Biscayne. There is some differences or variations in some of the maps. We're not going to show all of those today, but I do like to make sure to provide at least one so I can go over kind of the way to review those. In terms of the overall ratings of the village of Key Biscayne, These are our primary or core service areas. So everything from fire rescue services and police at the top, where Florida will frequently or very often rate those services towards the tops of these charts. We also see high levels of satisfaction with communication, community center maintenance, and some of the areas that have the highest levels of dissatisfaction are also among some of the top opportunities for improvement in 2025. And the important satisfaction analysis, which the full findings are in your report, and we'll go over some of the major takeaways from that later on in the presentation, is meant to derive priorities or opportunities for improvement based on higher levels of dissatisfaction and lower levels higher levels of importance and lower levels of satisfaction. And so you can see here, power reliability, flood reduction efforts, traffic flow and safety, still lower than average levels of satisfaction based on these other items that are rated. And they also received relatively high emphasis ratings. When we talk about trends and how the 2026 results compare to 2024, there were 31 questions that used that 5-point positive scale. So either excellent and good all the way down to poor, or very satisfied and satisfied all the way down to dissatisfied. Of the areas that were directly comparable, we only saw 10 significant changes that exceeded our survey's margin of error. There were 7 significant increases and 3 significant decreases. In most of the areas, or about 70% of them, did not see any significant change in positive satisfaction. The results suggest, comparing 2026 to 2024, that the Village of Key Biscayne has provided very consistent levels of service and provided a consistent overall overview to respondents, making sure that the overall quality of these service areas remain very high when we talk about overall satisfaction. When we look at the significant decreases in satisfaction, these are only surrounding, for some reason, the programs and events for children, community center maintenance, and programs and events for seniors. So it seems to be kind of directed towards some of those programming items currently. But over to the left, we can see that the village efforts to plan for the future actually went up 7 percentage points from 2024. So a significant increase that drastically outweighs our survey's margin of error. In addition, police engagement and presence in the community, even Key Biscayne as a place to work and overall sense of community, saw significant increases, as did the police efforts to prevent crime. So overall, we can see some significant increases over to the left, significant decreases in satisfaction over to the right. But at the end of the day, consistency is key. High-performing organizations like the Village of Key Biscayne, we've been doing your survey for a very long time, high-performing organizations always see consistency, even when some of our other clients across the country are seeing major downturns in areas that are well beyond just a couple of our parks and recreation or a couple of our programming-specific items, as we see here. In terms of the comparisons to national and regional benchmarking, and council members, I'll work with staff to develop some kind of additional heightened look at regional benchmarking for us. There were 33 items comparable to our national and Florida averages. We administer a national survey every other year, as well as a Florida survey. The only other state we do this for is Texas, because we do a lot of work in Texas as well. And so we're able to provide Florida-specific averages. Now, this is going to come from both sides of the state, top and bottom, so it's not a South Florida specific. It's not based on income, but we can develop or derive some of those additional comparisons for you. In terms of overall, did I have a question?
No.
Okay, so we rated above the Florida average in 76% of the areas and the national average in 85% of the areas. Items determined to be top priorities in the important satisfaction analysis are areas where we performed very much in line or just slightly below maybe the US or Florida average. But you can see throughout most of these areas, effectiveness of communication, ensuring we're prepared for disasters, enforcement of local codes and ordinances, and even solid waste services are well above national and regional benchmarking. There are a lot of comparisons within the report. I tried to pull out some of the most pertinent areas where the village rates significantly above the national average. And again, that would be a difference of 4 percentage points or more. And that's everything down there on the bottom right to adult recreation programs, the village is a place to work, and some very core items like the village is a place to live, it's a place to raise children, overall quality of life in the community, 20 percentage points above the national average. And one of the big ones here, when we talk about sea level change or sea level rise, efforts to ensure your community is prepared for emergencies or disasters, you're 31 percentage points above our national average. When we look at those Florida benchmarks, it's a very similar story. We see a lot of quality of EMS, police services. Again, we see the efforts to ensure your community is prepared for emergencies. We see the community as a place to live, raise children, and overall quality of life in the community 24 percentage points above our Florida benchmarking. When we look at a few of the areas where we rate significantly below the national or Florida averages, we see a few key areas that are really related to our opportunities for improvement. We see stormwater management, we see flow of traffic, keeping informed about local issues. And then over to the right, we see, again, a little bit more about efforts to keep us informed, usefulness of the website, and then again, stormwater management and timeliness of information provided by local governments. When we look at opportunities for improvement, we've got multiple important satisfaction tables within the reporting. We've tried to distill that down for you all. The highest opportunities for improvement from our Safe and Secure Village section of the survey is the enforcement of traffic laws. I've studied this a lot in additional focus groups and follow-up surveys. Where it used to be more and more respondents telling us that they want additional enforcement, that is really balanced out to kind of an even blend where folks are saying, hey, there's either too much or there's too little enforcement, and it really is community dependent on where we're at there. The best example is to kind of think about if you got a speeding ticket and then the survey was in your mailbox when you got home, would you rate this enforcement of traffic laws as low? The other kind of switch on that is if you sit outside on your front porch a lot and you think that people are speeding, you're that human radar gun, you would think that maybe the enforcement of traffic laws is too low and you're also going to rate that down. And so there's kind of this mixed opinion, very much along the lines of codes where, one person might feel like somebody's out of compliance when really they're not. When we talk about accessible, connected, and mobile transportation in the village, traffic conditions along the causeway and overall village traffic conditions, kind of our primary areas. I was listening to some of the speakers before, and I noticed the police chief said our roadways aren't super wide. It is a unique community. And so one of those things to always consider is, how do we want to address traffic and how do we do that? Do we address it with traffic calming, slowing things down a little bit further, or do we look at expansion and try to speed things up, which is going to really contradict some of our enforcement of traffic laws areas? One of the other key areas in the survey that really were highlighted as opportunities for improvement based on lower levels of satisfaction and higher levels of emphasis responses was the resilient and sustainable environment and infrastructure, where respondents were very much adamant that stormwater drainage improvements, flood control efforts, and electrical power reliability top the list. Now, these aren't always issues where satisfaction is extremely low and emphasis is always very high, but it's one of those areas where satisfaction is relatively mixed and the emphasis there is very high on those three items. So if we're able to focus in and really make movements or really change overall levels of satisfactions in some of these 6 areas that are listed, we should see other ripple effects across our survey. But one of the things about the Village of Key Biscayne is that you've been doing this for a very long time, and at 95% level of satisfaction with the community as a place to live, raise children, those are going to be hard numbers to beat and hard numbers to increase, especially given that 4% margin of error. So in summary, the Village of Key Biscayne continues to deliver exceptionally high levels of services, really setting the standard both nationally and against Florida benchmarks. Your perceptions remain strong, but most importantly, in my opinion, stable. The majority of key indicators improved since 2024, and only a few significant declines were observed. You outperform benchmarking comparisons. I know I mentioned that on the first bullet, but it's worth noting again. You outperform national benchmarks in 85% of our comparable areas and 76% of the areas that we're able to compare to Florida. Core village strengths continue to include public safety services, emergency response, communication, parks and rec, and overall community livability. And opportunities exist but are common among high-performing organizations. And what I always say is that traffic flow problems or traffic enforcement problems are way better than police or fire or ambulance or even parks and recreation problems. So when we talk about opportunities for improvement, these are opportunities that maybe aren't necessarily low-hanging fruit, but they're not core quality of life items that will continue to have our perception levels fluctuate. These are opportunities that exist in high-performing communities across the country. And as a consultant, we're happy to see things like traffic flow or even traffic enforcement, like I said, versus public safety or versus some of our parks and rec, which are really quality of life issues as a whole. In summary, I'll take any questions that I can tonight.
Thank you, Ryan.
Copy of the report.
I think everyone here on the dais take a bow. We have a good news story here. We, both from a state and national level, we far exceed what other communities are doing. So congratulations. And yeah, can we always improve? Absolutely. But this is this ratifies and lets us know that we're on the right track, and you guys are all doing a great job. Frank, you wanted to add?
And this all came out before it was widely known about the Barbecue with a Cop event.
It's disheartening. Sometimes you hear people talk and they don't really look at the information, but ETC is a very reputable provider of these kinds of surveys, and they do a lot of work in Florida. So this is a good statistically sound survey that lets us know that we're on the right track.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
Is he still on?
Yes, he's still on.
Sir, how's this thing stratified? Is it stratified by age, by families, by children, by gender, or is it just a general survey?
Yeah, thankfully we've got these years of experience that have really helped us sample communities. The other benefit in our favor is that we've sampled and surveyed Key Biscayne many times. When we set out to conduct statistically valid research, our goal is not to have to weight the results. So I spend a lot more time talking here, especially about weighting, which is everybody's favorite topic. At the end of the day, just so council and mayor are aware, we want to continue to follow up with the randomly selected households in your community until reaching the proper demographic composition in the sample. And that avoids us having to weight the results or discuss that weighting or worrying about us, being out of line in any demographic factor. We continue to follow up and work towards our goal of 500 completed surveys with that goal in mind. And in this year's survey, we were able to collect 501 surveys that did accurately match the village population. Great question.
So my question again is, it is stratified, and what is the sample size within each strata?
Yeah, it was not necessarily stratified across the city. It was a pure random sample.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
The other thing, the questions, which I'm sure are all good, and some of them I understand is very easy for anybody to answer. But if somebody says, are you satisfied with the time it takes for the fire emergency to come to your house? How many people have had fire emergencies come to their house, of the fire department? So my question is, how do they know if it's a good amount of time or not a good amount of time? In other words, I understand when they say, hey, is it traffic? Everybody knows about that. A lot of the other questions, everybody knows by observation. But I noticed a number of your questions really need specialized, or you might not have that experience, and yet you put it into your survey. So I'm just curious how you go about that.
Yeah, and those are very much perception-related items. Fire and rescue response to emergencies, about 24.8% of respondents provided a don't know response to that question. So luckily there was about 1 in 4 households that told us we're just not sure. The idea is the contextual benchmarking, which we have benchmarking for this question, can help us better understand if perceptions are in line. What we know for a fact is that fire and police services in your area of the country are top-notch, well above national and regional benchmarks in many key areas. We also know that your fire and police services are tracking their own response times, comparing those to national benchmarks that are actually key performance indicators for actual service level indicators, and that this survey, while a great opportunity to, again, touch base with respondents to get a better understanding of perceptions, is by no means a reflection of their performance in terms of the fire and rescue response time to emergencies. And so there's a big, I always, as the researcher, want to be completely in agreement with that particular statement. You're right. Not every respondent has that firsthand knowledge, but most folks will provide an opinion. And that's where the contextual comparisons and the benchmarking come in handy, because that way we're able to understand, well, these perceptions are very similar to these other perceptions, really helping to standardize the overall question itself. So you're 100% right. It's a very specialized question, only for those folks that have really used or utilized those services themselves, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, they are kind of a core question that we and other surveyors nationwide will ask.
What you just said, 75% of people had an opinion, only 24% didn't, and I would guess not more than 5% of the people actually have the actual experience. So, I mean, I'm very happy with the time that I see, and I know that they keep trying to improve it, and they're excellent, outstanding, but that's not my question. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, how meaningful is your answers to a question like that in a survey?
Sure.
Other questions?
Well, there's another source of perception, and that is word of mouth.
How many
Anecdote.
surveys,
Perception becomes reality, Frank?
No, but people talk to each other. If I had a heart attack and my neighbor knows about it, that information travels.
There you go.
how many surveys did you send out? I know you got 501 back.
Yeah, it's about 5,000 surveys are sent. It might be less than that, and I apologize, I don't have that right on top of my fingertips here.
Can you speak up?
Yeah, if you give me just 2 seconds here. I had this information pulled up earlier.
Just generally, I just want a general idea. It's okay.
It was 3,200 surveys were mailed, and out of that, we collected 501 completed surveys.
Do you check that against year to year to see if it's the same people sending them back, or are they all new people?
That will differ. Now, the random sampling process is purely random to ensure that we don't run into any kind of bias in our rate of selection. We expect some people to move from year to year, but we do know that some people are selected at higher rates than others. This happens mostly in communities where we do this quarterly, where we get somebody that shows up and says, hey, I've gotten a survey twice this year, which is very unusual, but no, it shouldn't be happening where everybody or a large group of people are receiving the survey in 24 and 26. It should happen occasionally, but it shouldn't be pervasive given the population of the community.
So do you check to see if the same people are sending the same survey back year after year?
Because we're using address-based sampling, no. We do not have personal identifiers on these survey responses. It's just the address.
It's truly random. Okay, we got to keep moving. Thank you, Mr. Murray, for the survey results, and to be continued.
Yep, have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bring it up at the same time as his.
Well,
I'm
we're.
sorry, there's the special presentation of a proclamation recognizing April 2026 as Paralyzed Veterans of America Awareness Month.
Okay, I issued this proclamation that encourages the people of the village of Key Biscayne to observe and participate in the activities associated with Paralyzed Veterans of America Awareness Month and reflect upon the sacrifice endured by our community's veterans who are paralyzed. So I share this with you. Thank you very much for providing consensus on that.
Thank you.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is the consent agenda, which
Move.
only contains 8A and 8D.
Move.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It only, 8A
8D.
and 8D are the only items on the consent agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving park use fees for the use of the Village Green. I'm sorry?
I thought you just said that 8B was pulled.
From
Yeah.
consent.
No,
No, we're discussing.
Okay, sorry.
yes. approving park use fees for the use of the village green by non-public educational facilities, authorizing the village manager to negotiate non-exclusive licenses with non-public schools for use of the village green, subject to approval by the Florida Communities Trust, FCT, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, the item is properly before us. Gentlemen?
Good evening. So this is a combination for Todd and I, Jeremy Karaskalger, Building Zoning Planning Director. This is in response to certain businesses that have opened in the Key that are educational use. Either examples would be a tutorial institution that keeps kids longer than just an hour or so, daycares, anything like that. They're all required to have outdoor space for children. There's a formula that the county law provides that they need to provide outdoor space. So in an effort to be flexible and make sure that these things can be happening here, we've got an opportunity to have them have an agreement to use the public green space per terms and conditions that would be outlined in individual letters of agreement. So that's what is before you from the planning perspective, and then Todd's available for questions about how that impacts parks and our use.
We'll start on this side now.
So we reviewed a couple things, but just for everybody's understanding, how are we making sure this doesn't start to impact regular park usage? So how are we planning around this? I want you to walk us through your plan on how you're going to manage this.
Sure.
Yeah?
I would say it's much how we manage the commercial use of the Village Green currently through our trainer program, where we've identified space and time and location for each trainer to ensure we don't have conflicts, to ensure that the park remains substantially available to the general public at key times. So we would use the same approach here. I would state that all of this use is currently happening, and I haven't seen any conflict arise from this use that has been taking place for some period of time. But if there was, we have an agreement. We can amend an agreement. We have insurance. This really codifies some stuff that has been taking place that should be codified.
So Todd, just a question. So what you're saying is that this is currently going on and it's theoretically not programmed in your time schedules, but it is happening organically, for lack of a better term?
Yes, these uses are currently taking place inside the park. I haven't heard of any conflicts.
So just why do we feel that it's our responsibility to provide park and recreation space for a for-profit business? I don't understand the idea. The schools.
So
you
it's
use
not,
the school as an example.
Yeah. So for instance, it's not our responsibility.
Okay.
It is a service that we can offer, and that should be formalized. Like for where I'm coming from, I need to make sure that before we give these folks a business tax receipt, that they're saying that we need to make sure they're following all the rules for operating that business. So we want to see a formal arrangement to have open space available somewhere.
But just a question, how could these companies be operating if they don't have a formal relationship in the first place?
So there's a couple places where I know one of the examples is St. Christopher's. They actually do have their own space, right, but then they're using, and I think since COVID have been using village facilities as well. There's another one that they had been operating for a long time as they expanded and they had students on site for longer periods of time and they moved premises. We were like, oh, hey, this came to light. Rather than sort of shut them down, we were saying continue to operate as long as we're moving through this process, and we are going to formalize it.
Okay, so these are mostly nonprofit school type structure businesses, or
no, they could be profit. They could be for profit.
I don't understand why it's in our best interest to provide any usage of the village green for this purpose, just as a question. I mean,
Because of demand. Why are we allowing the private trainers? Because they're popular.
It's a good question.
Are we going, you have more? Fernando, are you going next? or- I'm chomping at the bit here? Okay. Okay, first of all, there are restrictions on the use of the park. I'm just going over this for the general information of everybody, because it was acquired with the Florida Communities Trust funds, or at least partially acquired with that. So we don't even know at this moment whether or not this use would be a permissible use. I know in the language of the executive explanation, it talked about public park purposes, but that's not the term that the trust uses. It's resource-based recreation. So I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but for the benefit of everybody else, we have to see if this use would be approved by the trust, right? And my understanding is that they even want to see a draft agreement before they'll even do that. So it seems to me that we're putting the cart before the horse with respect to that issue. But as far as the other things are concerned, for me, this is really a policy question on how we want our parks to be used and who we want to serve. And right now, from approximately 3 o'clock to 10 o'clock, almost every day, the bulk of the park is used for athletic activities. So the rest of us who want to go with our families and throw a Frisbee or just sit there and have a little oasis of peace in our very, very densely populated neighborhood don't have that opportunity. And the point that there may be only 2 facilities right now, one is a school and one not, who are making use of the park to satisfy their permit requirements, doesn't mean that that's all that would happen once we pass this. Because even by the executive explanation, it says that we're going, by doing this, by making the public park space available to non-public school, which is not the appropriate term, allows flexibility for more commercial space to be utilized for educational purposes. And why do we want to do that? That park is our gem, and everybody is allowed the right to use that park, even if it's just to go and sit for a half an hour or walk around it and have peace in the middle of the day. So I really have a very serious problem with doing this. And I think that the uses that the 2 companies or schools, whatever they are right now, are making of it can be resolved in another manner. There's another way to do it other than to open the door here for the floodgates of monetizing the the village green. So I am totally against this.
Mr. London. Thank you, Mayor Resco. I guess for the last 12 or 14 years, all I've ever heard of is not enough space for the teams, for everybody to play. We got to find more fields, more fields. I have no problem with other people using our parks when they're not being used by our own people. Like I say, the teams, the various athletics you have. How do you reconcile these people coming when we don't have enough space for the people, for the various activities and sports that we have now? That's where I'm coming from.
I think it goes to what Councilmember Stoner mentioned earlier. All those take place after school. These uses are during school.
So this wouldn't conflict with anything?
It doesn't conflict with our existing athletic programs, no, sir.
But it doesn't conflict with anything besides our athletic programs, with anything else that would conflict with these things during the day?
Like I previously stated, this use is taking place, and I have not received any complaints. To Councilmember Stoner's earlier comments, yes, maybe if you went out and wanted to use a swing, there could be a kid from a school or kids on those swings. So there could be a conflict. I haven't,
But the
nobody's
kid
called
could
it to my
swing
attention.
anyway, he's a Key Biscayne resident, right?
Yeah.
So the only difference is he's coming with the school.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to your comment about demand and why these things exist and why these groups are existing is because of demand. And I understand what you're saying, Councilman Stoner. I also am fearful that we grow this into something bigger than what we ever intended. And I did ask the question about people that want to peacefully sit at the park. What I don't have necessarily is data to suggest that there is a problem today on whether or not people can use the park for just free use. And I know there's a demand because I see the trainers out there. I just want to make sure that we're capping and that we have a good process on understanding what that schedule looks like. So you depicted that just now by mentioning school hours versus non-school hours. That's a good example of you having a good pulse of the situation. But I don't, when we open this up and we start to codify this, there's a possibility that this now opens up much greater demand than what you've currently ever experienced. And so I want to make sure that there's a system in place to cap that, right? We talked about permits, for example. There's a certain amount of permits. It's first come, first serve. You expire those those permits are, ended. There's no other permit to give until somebody gives back that permit or no longer uses it. So I want you to that's what I was meaning by the question of explain to us how it is that you're going to keep this manageable. Because certainly there are times where people like even myself want to walk out and just hang out with my kid or be on the park, and I can't because there's a bunch of soccer going on or flag football. And understandingly, they are residents, to your point, Councilman London, they are residents that are using these. I want you to also clarify that as well. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, before Todd answers that question.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just before Todd answers that question, we can say no. I mean, this is not opening up to anybody and everybody. This gives us the ability to control who will be on there by an actual agreement. So in fact, this gives us the ability to understand who's going to be there, how many are going to be there, when they're going to be there. So it's actually, we can gain more control by this.
So talk to us about that control.
And then number two, also, it allows us to have a firm agreement, which also transfers liability.
100%.
And then also it allows us to get a cost to cover some maintenance as well. Now that's the bigger picture. I'll let Todd talk about the specifics on how he would tactically manage that.
Well,
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? Sure. Okay. The costs, I don't even know how those numbers were achieved, but $30 an hour or $50 an hour, I'm not sure how that really addresses the real potential increased maintenance, okay? And this also opens the door for example, a soccer academy. It has nothing to do with Key Biscayne to come and open up a tutoring site on the Key and have soccer in the mornings. I'm just picking on soccer,
but capping, right? You could technically say there are no more permits available, so they couldn't technically then operate as a school. Yeah.
And the other thing is, I'm afraid that we also open up the door to saying we're discriminating or being unfair because we let this one, we didn't let that one. I just think it's.
So I wanted to address a question about potential expansion and uses. There is a practical element to this too, right? Some of the examples that we've cited are you have to be within pretty close proximity to bring folks there, get them back within sort of typical school setting. So there is that element to it, right? That there's going to be a practical limit on being able to move people around.
Let's set an example so we understand. So there's a small school with 15 or 20 kids that need a place to play. So are these kids being escorted from their building by an instructor or some type, brought over to the playground and said, here you go, play for an hour or half or whatever, and then they go back to their facility? Is that basically what's happening? Structurally?
That's exactly what's happening.
Okay, so we have these kids are coming on, whether they're residents or non-residents. We're taking on a certain level of liability by their playing on this field under some level of instruction. But how are we taking on liability, Chad? Because if they're out there and they get hurt, why is that our problem? How it would be any different than a kid gets hurt on the jungle gym?
Yeah, I mean, we often get sued by people who get hurt on our playgrounds. It's the same risk. However, we have sovereign immunity, so on tort actions, there is a cap on that liability. So, I mean, there's obviously liability if people are using our facility, but it's no different than what you're saying. If-
Right, so there's no real benefit from a liability standpoint.
Well, I think that what the manager is saying is that when someone gets hurt on the playground, they get hurt on the playground. Here, if we have a formalized agreement, we're shifting the liability to that entity
But
by agreement.
But, so we shift the liability, but there's no real, you just said, if I heard you correctly, you
There's
really
a
said that-
sovereign immunity cap, so there's still a limit that we are subject to liability, but it's not millions of dollars, for example.
The agreement that they would sign, they would assume
The
the
risk,
liability,
correct.
is what, so.
So this
Yeah.
this would effectively reduce our current situation, our current liability today, because there are people operating now without these agreements.
But we
There's
could, we
these two
still
entities.
require certificates of insurance. I mean, there's other ways to deal with it.
I mean, we're not, I mean, when you go with the trainer and you work with one of the trainers on the key and you go to the Village Green, you don't sign I've never signed a release with the trainer and we don't sign it.
No, but the trainer, and I don't know if the trainer exactly, but I know that Todd's been working on it, with independent contractor agreements that all of our contractors at the community center are supposed to have.
Right.
Which does require them to have not only the general liability insurance, but also workers' comp and shifts to risk. I believe they all have indemnification, hold harmless provisions with shifts to risk to them.
I would be surprised if the trainer that I'm working
Well,
with
I
has
mean-
any financial wherewithal to be able
I
to
have a
do
question,
that.
Chad.
And I know look, I don't want to put the guy in any trouble, and I'm not going to put him on the spot, but.
You can ask Todd, we've been actually implementing that for every contractor on our facilities, for a variety of reasons. One is we need to establish the independent contractor relationship and make it clear. So from an IRS perspective, they don't consider these individuals employees of the village. And another is to protect the village from liability, not only from an indemnity and a hold harmless, but also to make sure there's proper insurance requirements, in place. So, Councilmember London, you had a
Let's
question?
say for argument's sake, a school brings over some kids, or whoever does, and they send an agreement with us saying that they assume the liability in the park. And unfortunately, something happens. Can they sign away that parent's right? In other words, that parent still has a right to sue us. We're supposedly indemnified by the agreement, I guess.
Correct.
So if they don't pay, we're still responsible.
Oh, yes, and then we
That was
would,
all.
correct. Look, we will be sued, and then we will then put the company, the school, on notice that we've been sued and that they have to indemnify us and provide a defense. And
These schools don't have any financial, I mean, the relative value of that school is so insignificant that the amount of insurance that they're going to be able to afford is probably.
well, then they're not going to be able to enter into an agreement with us.
Correct.
I mean, we're going to have,
When
we
they
have
default.
Mander, I mean, look, just so the council knows, even at the community center, and again, we've been doing this recently, our insurance broker has has advised the village staff that we need to maintain a certain amount of insurance limits, and those limits vary depending on the activity. So if they can't accept them, then we won't contract with them. And over the years, the village has refused to contract with certain companies that could not provide the necessary insurance. That's, we have done that.
So I do think it's worth mentioning the business implications as well. Having something like this could allow for additional daycare facilities as the market demands, right? Places that don't necessarily have space on site would be able to function. And if we don't do this, then there are places that are operating now that they won't be able to continue to operate in the way they've had as educational facilities. They'll need to be shut down in their current form, at least.
Is that,
They wouldn't be in compliance with county law.
well, I think there may be other ways to skin the cat.
We did this when I was at the city of Miami, and we looked
Yeah.
for ways to operate with charter schools, and this was sort of the path forward. If there is another way, I am open to suggestions. I don't know of any other ways.
Is there any guarantee that the overwhelming majority of these users would be residents?
I mean, we don't limit where their student population comes from for like a private educational use.
And they're not just schools, just so you know, they're not just schools, this is businesses also.
Well, schools, yeah, they're for-profit schools or for-profit educational uses.
As well as
For-profit daycares.
nonprofit too, right?
Oh, sorry?
As well as nonprofit, I would assume.
Yeah, they could be nonprofit as well.
As to the other question, Chad, that could be something that would be sorted out is FTC would give us the approval and we would sign it, or how do you see that working out?
We need to send to FTC our proposed agreement. And we're pretty close to finalizing that. And we can't proceed until we get their approval, because the covenant that's recorded against this property as a result of funding that we received requires us to obtain their consent when we're taking certain actions, and this is one of those actions.
Okay, Frank?
Father J.C. earlier invoked wisdom for us. Always good.
Yes.
This feels to me like we are thinking very hard to forestall something very benign. I don't understand these insights, really. A park is a palette. It's for the recreation and enjoyment use of the community. I see no conflict ever between the open space enjoyment. I see conflict all the time for field use, but nobody's, in my experience, ever been able to, not been able to throw a Frisbee in the park or sit under a tree and enjoy peace and quiet. So if a park is a palette and we invest in these things to create community opportunities to enjoy outside, this constituency is that constituency. I can't think of why we wouldn't allow this. The only thing I don't understand is the increment for maintenance. The money either seems inequitable to me to impose an additional fee for this type of use, and in any event, it doesn't seem to correlate with an actual burden that requires additional maintenance. But that's just a guess.
I know it's been asked before. We did research what other municipalities are charging for similar organizations, and that's where we came with the fees.
Okay.
How many of your kids from St. Christopher's use this thing?
I really don't know. I've seen, just walking up Fernwood, little clusters of kids, being led to the park. I think it's 40 minutes or something, whatever.
Do they have another park they can use besides this?
They have a little rec area, yeah, and they use that.
Yeah, without going through their student roster, I know that they have enough space on site for a number of students.
Okay, anything else?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Thank Councilmember Bracken, Councilmember Stone, okay. Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a memorandum of agreement with the City of Miami for the Urban Area Security Initiative, UASI 2024 grant program, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Just as background, this is called the UASI program, and the UASI program has been around since after the 9/11, and this is what I recall working with the county. it was something that every city went after to try to get funding from this, and this is a way that those funds are distributed, and they come to us through the federal government, and you are then you solicit to the different to the UASI program through the city of Miami. And I think this is more geared towards cyber issues than before. Before the county went after funding to take care of the cruise port and all these different things that became vulnerable as we saw them after 9/11. Can you shed some further light on this?
Yes, you're correct. Again, Chief Davis Fire Department, you're correct. It was initially for cyber, but now it is to help us prepare on our preparedness for any kind of threats. So beyond just the cyber, it gives us equipment, tools, vehicles if we need it, high water vehicles, anything to help us in times of a terrorist threat or a natural disaster. So that's what these funds are. And just to let you know, this is the same agreement we've signed over and over again. It's just that this one was not done in time.
It fell through the cracks.
It fell through the cracks.
Okay.
And Exhibit, I know that Councilman Stoner had questions about Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2. Those are financial exhibits. Exhibit 1 states the amount of money that the federal government gives the city, which is the city of Miami, who's the gatekeeper. And Exhibit 2 is the distribution list of how much we get per municipality.
But that's not what this memorandum of agreement says. So let me just, what tab is that? Can someone tell me what tab that is?
5.
5, okay. So first of all, this memorandum of agreement says that tab 1,
Exhibit 1.
compliance with requirements or statutory objectives of federal law as stipulated in Exhibit 1. I still don't think that I have the Exhibit 1 that this refers to. There is an Exhibit 1 in the document that was provided when we got here tonight, but that's Exhibit 1 to the actual sub-award and grant agreement.
You mean it's Exhibit A you had before, but Exhibit 1 and 2 was sent to you today.
I'm sorry?
You had Exhibit A that came along with the package, but Exhibit 1 and 2 was sent through the manager's office earlier today.
That's the one that the clerk provided to this.
That was
Well,
sent
I
by
haven't seen it because
Mamiwasi.
it was provided sometime today. I have not seen that.
That is what I was given is printed. I was asked just to print it for Councilmember Stoner,
Yeah.
so that's what I did.
As I said, we were given this when we walked in today to
It's
this.
just you.
Or just me. I haven't read it, and from what I can see, just looking at the cover of it, I don't think that this is the Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2 that this memorandum of agreement is referring to. I think it's different. Okay.
C, D,
and
I. No, C and D seem to be simply reporting.
Yes, sir.
H talks about objectives of law. I talks about goals and objectives.
What are you reading from, Frank?
The memo itself, and Article 5 refers in these subsections to the exhibit. So I'm just trying to interpolate what the exhibit speaks to. Two of them are plainly reporting.
Yes, they're all reporting. Most of them are reporting, and the objectives, the things we have to follow. Mainly, this is obviously for reimbursement purposes. So all the dates you mentioned earlier, all those dates, their dates are made for expending the money. You know, it's not encumbered funds. It's when we spend the money, and sometimes those dates have to be extended.
Okay. I know we're getting in the weeds here, but let me just tell you what my problem is here. My problem is that I don't see, and I know that we are applying to get reimbursement for money we have already spent. But the problem is that this reimbursement is pursuant to an agreement that's in place that may even have been amended, so we don't even know what the agreement is yet over time, because I read something that says it can be amended. So it's a agreement's a couple of years old that we don't even know what the agreement is. We are now functioning, I believe, under a new agreement that we haven't even read that we haven't signed yet because we apply for the money retroactively. And my biggest problem with it is we are agreeing without knowing what we are agreeing to be obligated to do. This doesn't say you can buy this equipment or get this training and we'll reimburse you for it. That's not what it says. It's much broader than that, and it says in section 4D, ensuring participation in the following critical players in the assessment of strategy development process, including law enforcement, emergency medical services, some other things, hazardous materials, governmental, administrative, and public safety communications. And I have very grave concerns about what that means for us. What is that obligating us to do? I know you don't know the answer, but I don't know the answer, and no one up here knows the answer, which is why I think we should defer it until we can find out what that really
I
means.
think you're looking at something general, and this is specifically for tools and equipment. I think that what
I
you're
don't
reading
see
is
that
for
anywhere.
generalized for
I don't
everyone.
I'm told that by everybody, but I don't see that anywhere. And the other thing that I think is kind of interesting is this was signed, even the date on the agreement that it was signed, let me see where, I can't find it right now. It was signed, like, the date is off. It says it was signed in 2027, February of 2027. It's really, it's not right.
I think you're referring to the elections one.
Okay,
That was
okay,
what
that,
it signed
I did that this
27.
morning too, sorry, okay. Anyway, that is my concern, and, I really don't like to agree to be bound by something when I don't understand what it is or have any idea what it is we're agreeing to. And the devil is always in the details. Money is money, and no money is free. So there's got to be some details and some obligations that we've undertaken. And even if this is money that we've already spent that we're getting reimbursed for, we are still functioning under some kind of agreement now, and maybe you're going to spend some money now,
We don't have any agreement. This is your agreement to
but
be
we're
signed.
getting the agreement after the fact. So is that going to happen again next year? We're going to get the agreement after the fact.
Should not cover, we should be covered. I'm cleaning up. What we're doing is cleaning up that was fell through the cracks. So we should not be in this position again. We should be
So
current.
Chief, may I? So,
Yes.
Councilwoman, what this does require us to do, I think we mentioned this today, is, we are we are a sub-grantee to the city of Miami. We are also a satellite EOC to the city of Miami. And we are pledged to work with them during any emergency operation, during any natural disaster. So that is our agreement. Not only is it agreement with UASI, it's also part of our automatic aid agreement with the city. So that's what we're agreeing to. These, obviously, federal money comes through City of Miami. It requires us to work as a team during any emergency situation.
I really would like to know what that means.
Can I ask a question, Chad? What's our risk situation here? What would as our village attorney, what should our concerns be? I mean, I feel Nancy feels very strongly about this, and I can see that's important to her. So, from your standpoint, what would you recommend that we do?
Well, I think first off, I think this is just an equipment purchase.
Neighbor.
And it's already occurred, correct?
That is correct.
And it's just a grant reimbursement. I don't know if you said you have a timing issue. If maybe it can help, we have a meeting on the 22nd, for example, Mayor, if you want to get those extra documents, you could. Might be worthy to help, but from a risk perspective, I don't really see a lot of risk. I've seen these agreements for 20 years.
Yeah.
Over and over again. They always come late. It's always after the fact. It's been going on year after year after year, and every city does it, and it's all run through the city of Miami. Now, the question on timing, I don't really know the urgency because, again, we're late. In fact, the agreement itself, Councilmember Stoner's correct. I mean, it says that it's to expire February of 2026. Now, it says with extension, that's because the fire department has spoken with the city of Miami and they understand that it's going to be updated once it's signed. So I don't know if maybe we could obtain those extra I guess you have them now, but you received them tonight.
I don't know if I have them, because it doesn't seem to me
But
that they
I
correlate.
don't see risk legally. It's just a matter of comfort, and whether we have a timing issue. I mean, are we gonna be non-compliant for any reason? You know, what is the timing factor?
The timing factor just comes in as far as getting the time to get reimbursed. There is once you spent the funds, which we didn't know, we didn't have an agreement. Once we spend the funds, there is a time factor as far as getting the paperwork in to be reimbursed on time.
And when does that run?
Usually about 6 months or so after you spent the money.
So when did we spend the
So
money?
I now have to, if we have a signed agreement, I can go and ask for an extension so I can do the reimbursement. But we don't have a signed
Oh, you
agreement,
haven't,
so I can't
you
ask
haven't
for an
submitted
extension.
the reimbursement.
I have
yet,
not.
Because
I
you need
have
the
everything
agreement to send,
prepared.
I understand.
Yeah, I have
So-
everything
so-
prepared, but we didn't have an agreement. Once I went to submit the reimbursement, I found that we did not
Right.
have an agreement in
So
file.
if we wait a week, is that gonna cause a problem?
I don't
I mean,
know, but I hope not. I can only talk to them. They were hoping that everything would be signed so we can
Tonight?
move on. Yeah, so
Yeah,
we can
'cause
move
you-
forward,
you-
because
you-
we're already behind in the game.
So in your informal conversations with them, you kind of said, hey, look, I've got a council meeting coming up. Most likely I'll be able to get this document
Yes,
signed and
sir.
get it back to you.
That was last month. I spoke with them because I submitted and I got it rejected because I didn't have an agreement on file. So I mentioned to them that the council meeting was tonight and hopefully everything I thought that it would be just a formality.
Right.
So I figured it'd just go through and we can go ahead and submit for the reimbursement.
Are we functioning under, are we gonna get another grant this year? I mean, we've been functioning under this
Yes.
agreement now for a bunch of years, so this is my problem. Everything's retroactive and we're acting in the dark, we don't know. So we're gonna go for another year and this is gonna happen next year. Oh, we'll
Well,
have an
we'll be
agreement.
on time.
Well, we already
We
have an
should be on
agreement, but
time.
we'll
We
be
should
on
have the
time. But
agreement.
meanwhile, we are in the dark about what we're obligated.
And again, I won't spend, again, I did not know we had an agreement. I assume we did. So moving forward, I know that we'll have agreements in place before I spend any money.
Right. So we're gonna sign the agreement and we don't know what it says, but
My question is, would we go buy this equipment without this grant? Would we spend money on training without this grant? Or are we doing this because we're getting a grant? That's my question. And I guess fire chief's not here.
Well, it's because we get this money, we can buy this equipment. It's because that.
In the past, we said it's around for 20 years. So we've been buying equipment for 20 years, approximately, is that correct?
That would be correct.
That's the city of Miami. I mean, the question is, I'm just saying, I have no idea.
So let me jump into your specific question because we've benefited from the WASI grant also. So to answer your question, we need ballistic helmets. We need ballistic shields. God forbid in the event we ever have to enter into a school shooting atmosphere here. If we didn't purchase that through the grant, which didn't cost our taxpayers any money, I would have been standing here asking you for a lot of money to purchase that equipment.
Good answer. Thank you, Frank.
And the second
Thank
one
you.
also, last year, the fire department bought the Polaris, the high water vehicle that just came in, about 3 months ago?
Yes, sir.
So we also made that purchase through UIC as
So
well.
basically, we have to go buy the stuff one way or the other. Is that correct?
Well, it's a combination of both. I mean, it gives us the ability to do it. Is it something that we?
Well, is it required? Is it really necessity to have these ballistic things or?
Well, the purpose, again, remember what this is. This is for emergency operations. It's intended to allow us to enhance our capability when we have to come together first, whether it's natural or man-made incidents. And so, Chief just talked through, the, God forbid it happens, a active shooter. We now have the equipment to be able to go in and do that.
But is this on a regular basis for buying stuff?
Every year.
Every year.
Every year it's different equipment.
So this just helps defer our cost.
And the
If we
fire
know
department,
if we know we're obligated to
maintains
do.
the list, and we go back and forth with it to prioritize it and determine what we want to do year over year over year.
do we have to assist other municipalities? Do we have to provide manpower or do anything with any other municipalities?
Not according to agreement.
No.
Do you have any idea of what performance obligations we have?
As I stated earlier today, I know we had a conversation about this earlier today. In my experience from my previous agency and being here, where we utilize this grant every single year, we were never called upon to assist any other place. Look, we always help our neighbors in need when they call in times of emergency. But to go along with your answer and Councilman London, you know, I think this is an opportunity for us to enhance our equipment, enhance our staff, and be up to speed with the latest practices and emerging technologies in our fields, whether it be police or fire. And as the manager indicated, there is stringent audit processes that City of Miami does to ensure that we're complying with the equipment, we're keeping it up to date, and if, even before we dispose it, we have to speak to them before we dispose the equipment to account for it. So there is strict auditing purposes. I've always seen it done in an equipment and training atmosphere. I've never, in my almost 27 years doing this, I've never seen it be anything else. He's been doing this longer than I have. I understand
He
your
looks
concerns.
younger than you. I don't know how that.
I know. He's fire, less stress, they sleep. Sorry.
Let me try this, guys, while you're standing there. We're missing a document. We don't have this exhibit. As I'm reading through this material, this is pure interpolation, but you've lived with these agreements for a long time. Exhibit 1 is all about reporting, plainly, until you get to one of these items which talks about policies. That same language, used a little bit differently, appears in the prior article. This is in Article 5 and Article 4, similar language, speaking about policies. Are the policies that these exhibits are talking about the very purpose of this program, emergency response?
Yeah, it enhances emergency response management, and as the mayor indicated when we started, it was born after 9/11 to equip police departments and fire departments with equipment that they normally could not have.
The other exhibit seems pretty self-evidently from my reading to relate to whatever equipment we purchase.
I'll just add, the exhibit 1 that you're referring to is really it's the same 2 CFR 200 that we agree to those terms routinely for any public assistant provisions when we receive federal funding. It's the same federal requirements for reporting, for auditing, for bidding, all the like purchasing. It's the same thing. So you're correct. It's not before you. I don't know if the time would really hurt this or not, but I'm not, me personally, as the village attorney, is concerned about entering into this grant agreement.
I'm not either.
So,
All right, Madam Clerk, let's take a vote on it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item.
The next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, a first reading, an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending ordinance number 2025-15, which adopted the budget for fiscal year 2025-2026 by revising the 2025-2026 fiscal year budget amendment number 2, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
I
Thank
would like
you.
I need to move to amend this. I don't know if now is the time to do it.
Sure. It's on first reading, so you can also amend it on the second reading.
Okay, well, I move to amend it so that the budgetary allowance of $600,000 for the utility undergrounding planning and design fees is removed, because without that in there, I'm okay with this, but with that in there, I'm not okay with it. Because I have no idea how we got to that number, what it's going to be spent for exactly, and there's too many questions about that.
If telecom is not included, ultimately, it won't be spent.
Well, I have another item to come up for discussion later about what we really are going to be doing, whether we're going to do telecom or not. But that's my motion to amend it.
Is there a second for the motion?
So second.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're in discussion of an amendment.
Let's make one comment. I do want to make clear what this is. This is just the movement of money. This is not the expenditure of money.
Steve, just to be clear, this is the ability to move it from into the operating ability, right? Just
Some going to operating, most of it's going to capital, but yes, yeah, it's moving it from reserve into those accounts.
Okay,
mo-
on the amendment,
All those in favor?
no, this is ordinance.
I'm taking a vote just for the motion to remove the Councilmember Stoner's motion.
I vote no.
So, I'm sorry. So this is the vote for Councilmember Stoner's motion to remove the 600,000.
I vote in favor.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, can you raise your hand, please? I'm sorry.
What?
Councilmember London, Councilmember Stoner are in favor.
Bracken's in favor.
All those opposed?
No.
Hold on,
Well,
Madam
what-
Clerk, I think you might have missed,
Yeah, I'm not clear what we're voting on.
Okay.
Okay, so, I think we need a little bit more discussion, Nancy. I'm not 100% sure what you're trying to do, so if you
I
could just
think
go through
if
it
I
again.
could frame it, I think
Okay.
Councilmember Stoner is trying to remove the 600,000 from this item. Is that correct?
At this time.
At this time.
right.
So, and there was a second for that.
Yes, Councilmember London.
So if you were to remove it from this time on first reading, then the budget amendment would drop accordingly.
Right, because we're just basically removing the budget amendment.
Correct.
Right, so,
That, we're removing that amount from the budget amendment.
but then the budget amendment is not doing anything.
No, it's going, it's other monies that's going,
Still
that are being.
600 and, there's
Just
600
amending the
and.
amendment.
Oh, sorry, okay.
It would sit in reserve.
Amending the amendment.
Right, until we figure out what we're doing with that exactly.
Okay.
That's, because.
But
there-
the
there's-
question is, I guess, you're implying that by doing so, it's a certain policy decision that's made. And I think what is being talked about is just simply moving the funds. I think that we can absolutely have that discussion about where we want to go next on undergrounding. That's your focus, right?
Right, well, I think we already have a resolution
Right.
authorizing the manager to go ahead. Now, we
Okay.
may be presented with an actual request to spend the dollars, which is not what this is. I understand that we're moving it from one account to another account. But at this point, since I think we need a lot more clarity on what we're gonna do,
You don't want to.
I don't think we should move it yet.
You don't want to move
That's-
the money at all.
Yes, and I'm not trying to delay the undergrounding. It's not what it's about.
Okay,
Okay.
then,
So my motion is to remove the 600,000 for the utility undergrounding from this budget amendment, and otherwise to go forward with the amendment, less that
Discuss it
600.
tonight.
What?
Rather than.
Rather than discuss it tonight, which I'm going to bring it up as a discussion item about that later.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. I think it was last month, maybe the month before, we received the resolution to move forward. Obviously, that guidance, we took that and we took it to heart, and we said we need to move money to get moving, and that's what this money is. This will continue to delay the project to move forward, but it sounds like the council wants to talk about it tonight, but we're just following council guidance with this.
We're going to talk about it tonight. I don't see any reason not to move the money. It'll sit there if it's not allocated.
I agree.
That's correct.
On the other hand, if we drop it now, what happens second reading
If you drop it now, then you would not be able to add it back on second reading.
Can we delay voting on this until we have the other discussion?
Well, alternatively, what you could do is you could pass it tonight and then you can remove it on second reading. You could do that too, and you have the discussion, you're gonna have the
Later
discussion.
today.
in between.
Okay, all right.
okay.
Okay, that works.
That's a
Okay, I'll withdraw
good
my motion.
compromise.
I'll withdraw my motion. Okay.
So Steve, just.
On the issue?
Yeah, I'm good.
Go ahead. Okay. All right, roll call on first reading.
Councilmember London.
Excuse me, now the actual thing. We're gonna have discussion on this or not?
Yeah, later, today?
So, what happened was the motion ended up being withdrawn, okay?
She withdrew it.
Yeah,
And there's
So
gonna
now
be
we-
a
it's on the
discussion,
floor, right?
Councilmember London, there's gonna be a discussion later on this topic. So the motion on the floor now is to pass this on first reading with the 600,000, okay, in it. There'll be a discussion later, and then on second reading, if you wanna take it out, you take it out then.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
talking about, I'm not concerned about what Nancy's
You
talking
just
about.
want us to have a discussion on it now?
On the other items, that was all. We're not
Oh.
gonna discuss anything.
Oh, on the other items yeah, they're up for discussion. Any
That's
other
what I'm
item?
asking.
Let's go.
So basically, just passing it now without discussion, with the idea that you're gonna discuss in the second reading?
Yeah.
Is that the idea?
Usually that's
It's your choice.
That's what we do.
You can discuss it now. What would you like to discuss?
I mean, you know,
If everybody makes everybody happy, fine.
Maybe quickly to do a quick rundown, Benjamin can do it, you can probably do it in less than 40 seconds, Benjamin?
I mean, whatever you guys
And
wanna
look,
do.
I want to hit the first one quick, and I think you all know the incident that we had, and the need to put the rubber safety around the concrete borders of the fields, and so that one's that we like to move as quickly as possible.
No problem.
But I'll let Benjamin take it.
That's not what the items I'm discussing.
He'll take the rest, and I'll follow up on it as necessary.
So quickly, just procedurally, the budget amendment, what we're using is fiscal year 25 surplus funds, approximately 2.3 million. I will say they are not audited, but they are projected to be that amount. We're using about half of that to fund these projects. So the first one, as Steve mentioned, was the rubber safety item. We've already discussed the 600,000 for the utility undergrounding, planning and design, 110,000 for Mast Academy. This is for the
design criteria package,
survey and subsurface utility engineering required. And the last item, sorry, two more items. Offshore barrier reef feasibility study. This is the village's portion for a federal match. So we've already agreed. We've got to receive the match of $412,500. Now this is putting the village's money because it's a 50-50 match. And the last item is the America 250 initiative. That's the only item here that's not going as a capital item, but to our operating budget for the event later this year to celebrate America 250.
If we can keep it.
Questions? It says replacement of the turf, the artificial turf at Mast. There's artificial turf there now?
Yeah.
Yes.
So then you have a boundary survey, and you have a topographic survey. To me, topographic surveys usually indicate an area that's hilly or up and down, not a flat playing field. So I have no idea why you'd be doing a topographic survey, number one. Number two, a boundary survey of an existing area. I'm nothing against doing it. The price looks absolutely absurd. That's the only reason I'm coming from. I mean, if anybody here who's hired surveyors to do something so deep like this, it just seems crazy. Did you get prices on this?
Yes,
Or
we
just
did,
putting
but
money?
before I turn it over to Todd, so just to be clear, this is approximately a $2.5 million field, which we will split the cost with Mast Academy Public School District. This is the design criteria package, which includes a survey, so most of the work is a design criteria package. One of the reasons why we have to do such significant surveys is there's been flood damage to the field. And if you've been out there and saw the way the field is and the seams are coming disconnected, is because we've lost a lot of the base because of the flooding issue. So there's a lot of survey that needs to be done before we can move it forward with the design criteria package. And if I missed anything, Todd, please add.
Yeah, sure. There's been drainage modifications that have taken place on the campus since this was originally built. We need to go back and see exactly how that's going to impact the design of the field and design the field correctly. I did mention in some of our meetings that when we talk about surplus, some of the surplus is all of the contingency from the St. Agnes project that we never needed to use because we did a great design criteria package. We hired a good contractor and we had no field changes and we never used any of our contingency for that project. So that's how it came back to the surplus. We're trying to follow that same process again with this, with the quality design criteria package, knowing the existing conditions so we don't run into anything while the project's taking place that requires a field change and is very expensive, especially since we're working with the school board, which anything that changes and needs to go back to the school board would take a significant amount of time, delay that project. And it's another timeline where we want to have this project done over the summer so we don't impact ours and their athletic operations.
I have no problem with the project. I have no problem doing it right. I just have a problem with the absurd number that you put here. That's all. Have you got prices or you just threw a number out?
I have an estimate for the survey, and I based the design.
And how much was the estimate for the survey?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I did the design criteria package based on St. Agnes on a square foot basis. But again, we're gonna use our continuing services agreement and we'll get,
Yeah.
you're not approving for us to spend this now. You're giving it to us. We're gonna come back with an agreement.
There you go.
It sounds good.
Okay.
Doesn't mean it's gonna happen. It means that usually the money just, when people find out how much you got allocated, somehow their bids come up.
There's two trades involved in here, so it's not gonna be one person, so.
Okay,
Yeah, we have existing contracts with hourly rates.
Yeah, Councilmember London, we're gonna be using existing contracts with hourly rates, so the price here shouldn't determine, the budget amount shouldn't determine what the quote is, since we already have a negotiated rate with them.
Benjamin, normally, surveyor comes out and tells you, he'll charge you so much to do the thing. Forget the hourly rates. Then they send us a two-man crew, three-man crew, whatever they're gonna do. So basically, that's nonsense. That's what they'll subcontract out to somebody else to do it. You double the price.
When we bring the contract forward, I wanna have the discussion with you so you can see exactly, the part you're discussing, we can't talk about now, but this is just to move the money, but we can have that conversation. We'll gladly have it.
We already have existing negotiated rates. These are architect and engineering rates that we've already negotiated in an RFQ.
Okay. Why do I bother?
Okay. We,
On the ordinance,
on the ordinance, on first reading,
on first reading.
get another crack at it in another month, Ed.
Councilmember London,
What's the difference?
I need a vote, please. Is it a yes or a no? Yes? Thank you. Vice Mayor Sardinius?
Yes.
Councilmember Stoner?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez? Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Councilmember Bracken?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on first reading. The next item,
Hold on a second. Let's do, we'll get to you, Mr. Vasquez, don't worry. But it's important, let's do this conversation about undergrounding.
Okay.
So that we are,
So now,
This
we're,
is my discussion item?
we're on discussion item.
Okay.
13-1.
No,
Correct.
this is the one that we added?
This is
that I
Yeah,
gave
the
you?
one,
13.
13,
Okay.
yeah, it'll be
Okay.
13.
The first
Okay.
one of 13.
So I would like to make a motion to reconsider the resolution that we passed on February 10th of this year, authorizing the manager to advance the village-wide utility undergrounding program for power and communications facilities. I think that we need to explore and discuss whether it's prudent to only underground the power and save the cost of undergrounding communication, the communications portion of that, in light of the fact that the technology is quickly advancing toward wireless, and that it may be just a waste of money at the end of the day to underground the communications.
Nancy, I'm in 100% agreement with the concept. However, I believe that we have easement rights that we have to provide. So what's going to end up happening is we're going to have poles up with wires in the back with all the cable up, right? That's going to stay up. Now, granted, people can probably landscape around it and keep it down. But at the end of the day, it's from conversations I've had with Chad, is that now there will be a day possibly when those assets, i.e. those easements, become a liability because that wire is no longer is redundant, no longer usable. But the question really is how long is that going to be, and who will ultimately have to take those wires down? So I think we're kind of in a regulatory pickle with this, and I would like our village attorney to give us a comment about this. But I feel your pain, okay, a lot, because it's three times the price. From what I recall, it was $10 million to do the power and another $20 million to do the communication.
Yeah. I have a question. When the electric company takes their underground, they take the transformers, take the insulators, take the switches, take their wires, and take the guy wires, etc. Do they also then cut the pole back?
They top the pole. Yes.
Is that part of the responsibility?
They cut that or
They-
we have to cut it?
No, F's from what we've been told, and Steve can correct me, is FPL's spokesperson, the last time they were here, said that they will top the pole.
So once
You mean
that,
chop it down?
Chop
You
it
have a
down.
shorter
so
pole now.
once that's done, we then have one black insulated cable.
Well, we have
going
multiple black insulated cables.
Two?
Probably three, because there, at least behind my home, there are there are two levels of black cable. There's one that's probably at 15 feet.
Mine's only has one.
Okay, well, okay, anyway,
You're special.
yeah,
No,
you're lucky.
Believe me.
But from what I've seen and surveyed, and I've walked around the neighborhood, there tends to be one upper black cable, which appears to be some type of telecommunications cable, and then another group of telecommunication cables slightly below that.
So that's what
That's
would
what will
remain.
stay up there, yeah.
And then cut back to what, you say 15 feet?
They'll top them to what appears to be right above the easement.
Which is,
Councilmember, they'll cut the poles that are theirs.
Correct.
They can't cut the.
Correct, and that's
telecom poles.
another conversation. We don't know exactly who owns all the poles.
Right.
gotcha.
No, I mean, we literally have to survey each pole to
We have to
find
buy a
out.
chainsaw.
We're
then.
doing that, though.
Yeah, we are doing it.
We gotta buy a chainsaw.
So it's, you guys are not, the village isn't alone. Your sister cities are having similar discussions and issues. I know that the manager has spoken with Coral Gables, for example, which is having a similar issue. Pinecrest has a similar issue. The issue is exactly what Councilmember Bracken said. They cut the pole, and then FP&L is undergrounded, but these telecommunication facilities are left there. And right now, we are in a regulatory pickle, and ours might be a little different than other communities, because from what I understand, and Steve can elaborate, but a lot of the poles are actually owned by the telecommunication companies and not FP&L. Whereas in other circumstances, in other communities, a lot of them are owned by FP&L. So it's an issue that I know the cities are speaking, and I think there may need to be a legislative change to help address this. But I'll defer to Steve, because I know he has met with Coral Gables, who has requested to have some discussion at the state level on this issue. So I don't know if you want to talk about.
Sure, yes. So let's start back to the skipping generation, in generation of technology. We have reached out, the primary company that does this in South Florida is Verizon. We have spoken to them, and at this point, they have no plans for any project on Key Biscayne. That's the best we got. So we know that means it's not going to happen anytime soon. That's an avenue
For them to go wireless, is that what
Right,
you're saying?
yeah,
Okay.
Verizon going to the
Okay.
wireless. Sorry, I didn't explain that. Skipping the generation to Wi-Fi. Now, that's something we could push further and harder, and I know Councilmember Bracken brought it up a couple months ago, to say, well, we could maybe help you have a plan, and that might be something we want to talk about. That may require, obviously, some funding to do that.
Hotwire has reached out to me, Steve, the Hotwire people, so.
Yeah, and we've talked to them, and they're stuck between, I want to extend my fiber network, I want to do, they're just kind of, the ground guys are fighting ground and the air guys are fighting air, but, so, I think maybe the direction ought to be find out, like really, really find out whether this is something that companies will do, instead of just, not that we haven't done the work, we've done the work, but now take it to the next level, perhaps. Maybe that's the thing to see. Ask that question first before we throw in the towel.
Can the village select a telecom provider, and then everyone has to use that or not?
No,
Okay.
no, we can provide
just-
there has to be a
Just throwing it
network.
out there.
No, it's a legitimate question. So
I said, why can't we franchise our own?
So previously, I would say about 15, 16 years ago, each local government in Florida negotiated franchise agreements with the telecommunication providers. That upset a lot of telecommunication providers because it was cumbersome, because they had to negotiate an agreement with every single city and county across the state every 3 years. It was like a rolling thing. So they changed the law to say that at the time you could either choose to, I believe, execute a franchise agreement, or you can choose to accept the telecommunication tax, which, so most governments that I'm not aware, almost every government that I'm aware of accepted the tax because it was a recurring revenue stream that, and frankly, in a lot of circumstances, have been pledged for bonds and other improvements. So the village took that option and accepted the tax. So that discussion, so at one point, yes, you could select who was in here, who was not in here. Part of it was negotiations, how you got the public access channel that we have here today was all part of those negotiations, but under today's law, it's a free market.
Anybody can do
It's a
it.
free market, yeah.
And also, just want, yeah, he mentioned it, and I hope you were able to infer that we also get, and Benjamin just showed up here, I think he did. How much do we get from telecom and electrical taxes? What do we get per year?
Just telecom, not electrical. We don't care, but that's not part of it.
Yeah, so the communication services tax, approximately 700 to 800,000 annually.
Okay, so it's not insignificant.
Not insignificant.
Well, and also, how much is that pledged, do you think? As non-ad valorem revenues?
Yeah, so all of our existing debt, we pledge, what Chad is asking, we pledge all of our, since we don't have any general obligation debt, we pledge all our non-ad valorem revenues to secure the debt. I have to go back and look.
But it is pledged, a portion of it.
A portion is
Right,
pledged,
so it's
yeah.
encumbered.
It's encumbered,
Yeah.
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 So there's other administration, legal, and financial implications of this as well. Not things that we can't figure out, but just to understand that the bigger part of this discussion.
But the question really is, Nancy, is if we proceed with undergrounding, let's just say phase one for lack of a term, and we decide to put the utilities underground, that doesn't mean we have to continue that same procedure. We don't have to do the next phase with that. I mean, because that's going to take 2.5 years before that's completed. So the technology, we may get to that threshold period where that current, what they call an asset, becomes more of a liability to them because they have to maintain it and no one's using it, which is what I'm hoping happens faster than we think. But we don't know when that magic threshold is going to be. So the question is, do we proceed and go underground, or do we have those wires in the back? And I think the wires in the back become an aesthetic issue. They're not really a liability issue. They're not a safety issue. They're an aesthetic issue. And the power, in my opinion, is a
major issue.
Major issue, yeah.
Agreed.
But I think there's a lot of people in the village that feel the aesthetic issue is important to them.
Yeah. Does it make any sense to do the electric and then throw a empty conduit in the ground?
I think that's really all you're doing anyway.
Well, I mean, the reason I'm saying that is that going forward, in case we have another carrier wants to do different kinds of service, we mentioned about hot wire. I think they're doing fiber optic cable or whatever else. Might be something they might be interested in. I don't know, just throwing something out.
Ed, I think the challenge is that what's been explained to me is that AT&T and Comcast won't run their lines in the same pipe. They want their own separate raceway.
They have 2 pipes.
Yeah, so we have 2 pipes. So what we're really doing is, for all intents and purposes, 1
inch?
pipe for power, 1 pipe for AT&T, and 1 pipe for Comcast.
What size conduit do you need for that, 2 inch?
I don't know.
Do we have to do it for Hotwire too and any other Verizon, everybody else?
Hotwire has fiber though.
We don't have to.
No, we don't have to do it for Hotwire because Hotwire is not in the single-family home neighborhood. Hotwire is only the commercial neighborhood. Okay.
But we
And
could.
condo.
Well, we could.
If we choose to. Because they do want to extend their service, but that's obviously, this is all stuff that we're building and would come back for.
Hotwire's offered to joint venture and put some wire in the, I mean, they've approached me with the concept that they're doing this in other municipalities. So I believe they're
servicing the condos, though.
Yeah, they're servicing the condos, but I believe they're also in communications with, I believe it's, what's the name? It's a small village north of Sunny Isles. Okay, that's Golden Beach. So I think they're doing, Golden Beach is obviously a much smaller place, but Golden Beach is going through a similar problem, and their Hotwire is working with them from a legal standpoint And Chad, you probably should take the lead on this because I don't.
So
I'm not
are
aware.
you saying that it's impractical to separate, to separate them and only underground the power?
It's not
at this point?
impractical. It's not impractical, Nancy. You're just going to end up. You're just going to end up with. You're going to end up with
Still poles.
poles.
Right.
And the
Yeah.
problem is we don't actually know if it's not an FPL pole, okay, you're going to still end up with the whole pole, and that FPL will take the wire off the top of it. Now, maybe
But they
maybe
won't
we
have
can negotiate with them to cut
poles.
those poles down ourselves,
Right.
okay, but they own that pole, so and we don't know exactly who owns what poles.
Right. If you drive around Pinecrest, which I know you go, or Coral, you'll see it, and people are very upset about it because part of the selling of underground was not just hardening, but it's the aesthetics. So those communities are trying to find solutions, but it's at this point not easy. So they're evaluating all options. Really, I think legislative options as well as others.
That was the question you asked me earlier.
Yeah, and like I said, Steve might be able to shed some light on what Coral Gables is doing because I know that they're a little step further on this. But at this point, you can proceed with the undergrounding, but you're going to have to leave up those poles unless we find another solution.
So we did meet with Coral Gables. Coral Gables is doing the SSUP program, which is the FPL undergrounds the laterals and hardens the overhead feeders. The same byproduct exists is the poles go down when they can, and when telecom doesn't want to come down, they don't come down. And so that city is going through the same process. Pinecrest is seeing something similar, not exactly the same thing, but very similar. There's about 3 or 4 other municipalities in Miami-Dade County that we talked to Coral Gables about that we want to get together because none of us can do this alone. This is likely going to have to take some sort of legislation at the state level. The state has been very progressive about doing power, as we know. The PSC regulates that and is directing FPL to do that. Nobody is doing that with telecommunication. So there is no legislation on the table, but there's a lot of people who want to move it. But that's just going to take a group of people to push that legislation. So that is what we committed to do.
But as you can imagine, AT&T is a very, very powerful lobby.
They likely push back.
Yep.
Right.
They're a big dog.
Unless there is a benefit to them, right?
So Nancy, I think you have pretty good consensus that everybody agrees with what you're thinking. But, message-wise, if we undo the reso, I think that would not be a good thing. I think that it would confuse people. Well, you guys said you were going to do undergrounding, now you're not. I think we figure ways to improve it. But I think if we take out the reso, it'd be a wrong message to send.
Why don't we, Mayor? We'll go through the costs of what it is to design and implement, each one. And I will tell you that each telecom is different, and that's one of the things that's frustrating is they all have their own rules, they all have their own costs, they all have their own challenges.
But we already have Zone 1 negotiated. I mean, Zone 1.
Right. So we can kind of give you that as an example of the challenges we had to go through.
But we could proceed with that contract to go to bid on that particular. I know we discussed to go to the Garden District first because we're still in conversation about what we're going to do with the stormwater. But most likely we'll have the stormwater decision within the next two weeks. So we could theoretically proceed with Zone 1 or Zone 1 extension, whatever we decide to do, or the ACOM project, and go all in and get these going ASAP, right?
You will make the stormwater project challenging if you do that.
Well,
Question about the stormwater, about the undergrounding. So we have the plans for Zone 1 telecom, correct?
Electrical and telecom, yes.
Sorry?
Electrical and telecom, yes.
So can we use those plans with the GIT?
Well, kind of what Mike just asked, but likely not, because the what am I trying to say? The stormwater pipes are in different locations.
Yeah.
So the locations would have to be modified based on the specific location on which GIT would put those lines in.
Excuse me, didn't the AECom do underground electric and telecom and storm sewers?
Yes.
So wouldn't they normally have the telecom next to the electric in the same ditch?
Yes.
Not in the storm sewer pipes?
Yes.
So how would that be affected?
What I'm telling you, I do not know, right? Because I don't know what GIT's layout of pipes are. I do not know exactly where it is. So to say, pulling out a different design and trying to put it on top of it,
There's gonna be a cost to overlay it, no matter what, for sure. I mean, there's gonna be a coordination cost. There will be. Okay, we don't know what that's gonna be.
My
But-
question is, before we spend any money, shouldn't we be looking maybe to do if we're gonna do phase one storm sewer, assuming now or within 5 years from now, whatever. So at this point in question is, shouldn't we also looking to do phase one undergrounding first? That's what I'm really saying. Because before you wanna hold it up until we get the storm sewer decided. Well, hopefully we're close to having storm sewer decided, so I'm saying, then go ahead with phase one.
We could
electric
discuss,
at the same time.
that in the next council meeting potentially, but I think we should probably stay on topic with Nancy's concern. So, just to keep the thing moving.
Right.
So, Joe, where do you want to go with this? Just a question. Nancy, where do you want to
Well,
do?
I think we kind of had the discussion, and it seems that there's nowhere,
I think we're still got
Where-
research to do on figuring out who owns what pole and all the rest of the stuff.
and I think also double downing on, can we skip generation?
Yeah,
I think that's something that, well, let's really sit at the table with these folks and is it a no, or is it becomes a yes as more money becomes on the table, and then at what point does that money become more than we want to spend?
And can we get in a lawsuit with all these other municipalities and try to push them?
That's another approach, right? Yeah, that would be the push for undergrounding. The other one would be really clearly trying to understand whether there is an option to bring skipping to 5G, 6G, whatever it may be, earlier in one of these companies.
And we could potentially agree to as a village to take those things down ourselves. I mean, if we said to maybe we could buy them out. I mean, there may be an ability to negotiate those easement rights out.
I thought we were trying to acquire all the poles, all the assets.
We have not made that question to Steve or Chad and say, hey, is there a way to go to Comcast and say, you know what, what's it going to cost to buy you out of these poles? I mean, it may be, we don't know what it is until we ask them. Okay.
Why would we do that though?
Because if we buy those poles out, then we don't have to bury them. It may be less expensive to buy that asset from them than bury the pole, than bury the utility.
He's saying basically their business is falling off right now.
Yeah, they may want to buy out.
Regularly, they might be happy to
Get
sell,
rid of them.
the stream, gas stream. It's a number. It hurts nothing to ask.
Nothing, it doesn't hurt.
Absolutely not, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So
because
we
right now
shouldn't
I mean, in my mind, if I was owning that cable, I would see that as a depreciating asset and costing me money eventually. Because at a certain point in time, it's going to become a liability, and they're going to have to continue to maintain for one customer, for one line or one customer, and that's going to become a liability. So if we could go to them and say, hey guys, you know what? Whatever this is worth, let's throw out a number. They come back and say no. At least we've tried. We have no idea what it's costing. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt.
Don't hurt to ask.
So is our posture that we're asking Steve to get this information, look into it more, report back to us, and in the meantime, leave the reso the way it is?
Yes.
And if we
Until
have
you
the
need to modify
opportunity
it.
or we
Don't
need to
spend-
modify
don't
it, okay.
Okay.
You okay with that, Nancy?
Yep.
Cool. Good.
Yep.
All right, so,
Next
we-
item.
let's go to,
We need a vote on this item now?
No, it's just a discussion.
There's a discussion.
yeah. Mr. Vasquez, creation of Finance and Economic Resiliency Advisory Committee. That's your number one?
No, really, I would prefer to have a discussion on the water, if I may. on the
Okay,
water.
we'll go to, which one is that?
Just two.
Number two.
Number two.
I had this item the last time, and, you know, I know we had a lot of issues to discuss, and unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to spend enough time with it. I want to reiterate that I've been a strong advocate of the bay and the water quality. I've not only this time, but over 20 years already trying to find different solutions that would not contaminate the bay. And in light of all the regulatory changes that have occurred and the condition of Biscayne Bay, I don't think this council has had an opportunity to have a policy discussion, internal policy discussion of what we identify with a bay. I know that there's this subject appears to be evolving with time more as we talk about this specific alternatives that we're evaluating for stormwater. But we really haven't honed down exactly on how we feel and what is it that we want and what is it that we as a council, I don't want to use the word demand, but what is our position with the issue of water quality? Again, I've been at this for 20 years. It's an issue. Biscayne Bay is polluted. It's at a tipping point. Maybe it's not the responsibility of every municipality. It should be, but to the degree that they want it to be. I think a lot of this stuff is, a lot of these contaminants, in my opinion, are coming up from the Miami River and all the manure and et cetera that's coming in from Central Florida. But at the end of the day, that's not really what's happening. They're putting the onus on us. And we have to be more clear amongst ourselves, I think, as to how we feel about this. I'm not here to talk about parts per million or what is that we're going to discuss. That's not the. I'm really trying to find an understanding from this council as to how do we feel, because a lot of these decisions that we're going to be making in the immediate future hinge on how we feel about the bay. I know staff has done a tremendous job, I said that before, in being very diligent in procuring a permit. However, that happened in the process of this new ordinance from the county kind of taking place, and a lot of discussions were happening. And gee, I wish we would have had an opportunity to talk about it too, because I think Councilmember London, I think your concerns about the past design could have been addressed if we could have known exactly where we're going with the water quality. And that's really where my issue is. And I applaud staff for doing what they've done, but I think that they felt more from a due diligence standpoint to complete it. But that's not a policy discussion. That's not a discussion for the future. So I just want to talk about it. I'm not asking for an ordinance. I'm asking for guidance because, again, we have to come up with some very big decisions.
So, Fernando, are you asking for our opinions about?
Yeah,
what
go
we
ahead.
do?
I'll drop it on the table.
I don't want. I would prefer not to pump any stormwater into the bay. If we
Yeah,
get a
I
vote.
mean,
I mean, outside of the fact that if there is a catastrophic issue and we need to divert water because of some catastrophic issue, yeah, then I would be okay with it. But that would have to be a catastrophic situation.
Yeah, the only thing, and I have to speak because I don't, I didn't create physics, I didn't create hydraulics, but
You're not
the point.
God?
No, not yet. No, not yet. But in the sense of what we're trying to achieve, and I feel the same way. You know I do. And since 2009, this is a stormwater master plan in Miami Beach. I said this publicly. I want Miami Beach to be divorced from Owl Falls and discharged directly into aquifers. But my problem then was the upstream issue that created hydraulic problems because of the constriction of the wells. And that's where I'm going at in this. We have to come up with a solution that allows us to, we have to be able to, eventually, there's no way of getting around it. The ordinance is way too strict. So, but I don't want to be in a position that we cannot control our own hydraulics internally with our system because we are limiting ourselves completely from the bay. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
All right, let me try to respond. Give you my best shot quickly.
Yeah.
I think we have had policy discussions leading to decisions. An example that occurs to me are our investment in filtration systems and our attempt to analyze which were better than others. We went through that because we wanted to do the best we could with the best technology that we could acquire to keep the water discharging as clean as we possibly can. That's the right policy to me. To what you said a moment ago, Mike, if we discharge by way of injection, we're still pushing water out in the bay. It's just going to take longer. It still has to be clean. Same answer, as clean as we can make it, given the best technology that we can acquire, and watching things that are happening in, for example, biosolid incineration. It's actually very promising, I think, in terms of eliminating some of these larger sources of waste that don't emanate from the village of Key Biscayne. They emanate from larger forces. These technologies exist. They're getting better. I think that if there's a game changer, I'm looking at that type of technology is really critical and imminent even. So I think that if the question is, do we care about water quality? The answer is yes.
Right.
There are two things going on, though, that are dissimilar. One is we need to push water away so we can live here, and the other is we want it to be as clean as possible in a bay that is degraded by larger forces that have nothing to do with us. So we do the best we can, and we hold the line on water quality as best we can using the best technologies that are available, and we wrap our policies around that goal. But to say that we're not going to discharge in the bay, I think is a fallacy, because we are, one way or another.
Frank, I think you have to be careful from a geological standpoint when you say you're discharging in the bay, okay? Because if you look at the injection well concept, okay, it will take, based on what the engineers are saying, it will take 20 to 30 years for that water to make it from the injection well to the bay. Okay, so it's a significantly different approach than taking water directly from the street and pumping it into the bay.
Plainly, that's correct.
Doesn't that also involve some filtration of the water?
Yeah, well, you have that.
Right.
I mean, that's the that's the concept of a septic tank. Is the same. I mean, basically, a septic tank is exactly the same principle. I mean, you have a leach field. You use the natural leach field to eventually have that water be cleaned by the actual sand and filament. So the same thing is happening with the injection well. You're having that very small amount of water mixing with that other water, and it's slowly moving and slowly going out and out and out and out, being cleaned by the sand and all the other components associated with it. I mean, that's how it works. Pardon me?
It's diffusing.
Right. But it takes an incredibly long time for that to occur. Okay.
Plainly, that's right. I don't know the duration, but it's a big difference.
Yeah, it's a huge difference.
I hope that was responsive.
Yeah, it is. Yes, we're not going to get to a scientific solution, and I wasn't expecting that. But I do need to. I mean, the more we limit, strong advocate for no discharge into the bay, but at the same time, I see that it constricts our hydraulics to have a proper conveyance, because at the end of the day, flood is about moving the water. So it constricts us from that perspective. I'm hoping that we can continue this discussion further at our special mayor's meeting and talk a little more about it, and how we're going to go about this, because at this point, I'm not comfortable with just doing a point discharge into the bay. I like what you said about it takes millions, I don't know how many years it takes, but it diffuses in a long time. I don't necessarily believe in a point. That's very different than doing a point discharge straight into the bay and pouring all the water. That is very different. So
I'll promise you this from my point of view. This is a personal promise. There will never be a discussion about engineering that I participate in that won't include water quality.
I have one more question. When it comes to, and I know this permit was issued in August, Mr. Manager, can you clarify that?
I don't know the exact.
I believe it. I'm just going to state what I know, and I think it was early August, March 25th was the deadline. Are we grandfathered from the previous permit? And if so, can we find out, I'm not asking the question today, but can we get a better understanding of the county's capacity to, in the event the bay tips and there's a serious ecological issue, and all of a sudden, you know, all outfalls have to be canceled, are we gonna be caught in the middle of that nightmare?
So
Because
I'm not
for all the
sure.
reports I read,
I'm not sure why words like grandfather, waiver, benefit have been used. We follow the county ordinance as it's written.
Okay.
It's written to state that you have to remove 80% of total nitrogen and 80% of total phosphorus, and use any and all technology that you can achieve that to your best possibility based on the discretion of the director of RER of Miami-Dade County. That is how the ordinance is written, and that is how we got the permit.
and that is
So
what
there's no
we are
grandfather,
doing.
there's no waiver, there's no anything else. We followed the permit as it is written. That is the county ordinance.
Yes, but now there's a new ordinance in place.
No, that is the current ordinance.
So
State,
the
this
new,
is state ordinance.
This
Well,
is-
the state statute, yes, that the county ordinance is written after, yes.
What is the state? Is it 85?
I believe it's 85,
So
but
it's 5% more than the
yes, and
county.
so I believe it is. You know, I can't speak for it. I don't know if Roland is here. Is Roland upstairs? Roland's not here. He may be texting me right now as I speak because he loves this stuff. He's all about water quality. But yes, the state has a statute. The county has written their ordinance in accordance, or perhaps even lower. You know, even the county may have written it lower. This is a challenge. The county is currently doing 3 or 4 test pilots throughout the county to see if that 80% is even achievable. I don't know the status of that, and I'm sure at some point Durham will tell us that. But as the ordinance stands today, we have a permit, and I wish people would stop using the word grandfather, waiver, or anything like that. We have a permit
A permit for the ACOM
for the
design.
ACOM
Dumping
to
it.
discharge
Dumping in the
into
back.
the water. Now, that doesn't that doesn't discount the conversation about water quality. You know, I think water quality is a very important thing. I do want to say a couple things, though, based on what you said, council member. Remember, we do have 17 outfalls. Right, and so there's only 3 in zone 1. So, you know, that means there would be 14 others over time. I think a policy, we could perhaps come up with a policy of what we want. I think what I heard is we want to make sure we all follow all regulations at all times, the most strictest of regulations. Number 2, we want to invest in the latest technologies. And we want to continue to do so over time. Don't rely on, well, the regulation when it passed was good in 2025. If it changes in 2030, if we really believe in water quality, then we make that investment to change the technology.
Steve, didn't we have, first of all, you're saying that we're going to do zone 1, but the other outfalls outside of zone 1 are going to continue to be in use?
Yes.
Okay. Didn't we have something 2 years ago? Didn't we trial some kind of filtration?
Filtration.
And
Yeah.
whatever happened with that?
We had in catch basin and inline filtration. They were successful. They are operations heavy and maintenance heavy because you have to go in and physically do it.
You know, so they're
But we
basically
have a test
It's like a
results.
screen or something, right?
It's like a
Yeah,
sponge.
some
one of those
sponge,
screens.
some screen, but we have test results of that, and they were effective.
They're very costly.
And they can be part of the solution as part of whichever system we choose to go with. But yes, those can be part of it. But again, it's operationally and maintenance heavy.
I think we have to remember, we have gravity outfalls right now, and we've been doing this for a significant period of time. So the zone 1 or zone 1 extension, however we decide to proceed, will just be addressing that specific area. That it's not going to address the other gravity systems until we get there. Down the road.
But it's addressing more than 1/3 of the area.
And either alternative will do better than what we're doing today.
1/3 of the area expenses.
Either, I'm sorry, I caught that for a second.
No,
But you said a good
Either
point.
alternative
Either alternative will achieve the same water
No,
quality.
not the same. Will achieve a better level of load reduction than we have currently today.
Correct, because we have a spinning.
And there's really, and my understanding is there's no real way to identify which one would be better in the end with regards to environmental impact.
I think Oster, I think you.
There's a theoretical way of testing one, and there's another one that's more engineering and controlled.
Well,
prior to.
I didn't hear the first part.
I'm not suggesting one's better than the other, but there's no way to really tell.
Oscar, I didn't hear the first part of your.
Wait, I think you're.
Oh, hold on.
I think you're miss.
Hold on.
We should probably discuss this, actually. That's what's for ad hoc meetings for.
Yeah. All right, hold on. He wanted to hear your question. He couldn't hear your question.
We're talking about the reduction of contamination load in the water.
And you're saying,
ACOM is an engineered treatment process that you can measure. You can actually measure what the water quality is gonna be once it hits the bay.
sure, same thing with.
In
it's the
GIT, you will never know.
well. Of course you will, it's the exact same thing.
So you're gonna
Exact
measure the
same
water
thing.
for 20 years until it gets to
No,
the
no, no,
bay?
you're not following the conversation.
You're
So,
missing it,
so
Oscar.
this piece of equipment.
No, wait, hold on.
Okay,
We can engineer treatment
Hold on.
with ACOM.
Hold on. We are getting into April 22nd conversation here, so we had the conversation about water quality. I think that everybody is good. You want to go to number 3, crossing guards, since we had
Yes, so,
someone?
Mr. Mayor, so,
Yes.
I mean, obviously, water quality sounds like it's a very important thing to the council. I know it's important to me. I'm sure it's important to the community. I've heard it a lot. Do we want to do a resolution, or do we want to just make a policy statement? How do we want to move forward with this?
I put it as strictly as a discussion because I think we should talk first and understand where we're at. I'm not asking at this point that a resolution be passed. I
Okay.
think eventually, once we have an opportunity to have a good discussion about the
Okay.
stormwater system, we can pass, we could look at that option.
Okay.
I was just offering on the table food for thought for the next meeting. The next thing, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
You want to go to the crossing guard?
Yeah, I want to go to the crossing
Yeah, go
guards.
ahead.
Great people. I mean, the other day I saw Betty at the, I think it was an opening that we did, a ground opening, and she remembered my daughter by name. It's been 15 years, She used to help me help her cross the street. At times, I even got to get myself there to lift her up to get from the floodwaters to get to school. But I just think that when they tell me, and I would like the chief to give some clarity, if you don't mind, on this, chief. We really, this community is very near and dear to the cross guards. I myself have felt always that my daughter was in very good hands, and I know every parent out there knows that for a fact. They're a key component of our community, and they love our children, and we love them. So let's figure out a way to make their lives a little bit better, because they.
So I
they get
couldn't
paid
agree
1
more.
hour here, they get paid 1 hour there. I don't know how many hours they get paid a day.
I couldn't agree more with you. I think they are a valuable component of our community, and they're ingrained in our community. And I think they're extremely well compensated for our community. This is a contract that we put out for procurement. It's coming up on its 3rd year. We have the option to renew it for 2 years. This is a contract that's been adjusted every year, which is unusual for a contract. And just to put it into context, we paid $31.50 per hour for a crossing guard service. The county pays $15.91 to $20.34 per hour. I've spoken to a number of crossing guards in the last several days in preparation for this. Like I said, I agree with you. They are a vital component to our community. They do an excellent job, and they do an excellent job in staffing. Some of the crossing guards have jobs throughout the community in between their shifts. There are others that I spoke to that are retired and have chosen to be retired and just do their hour before and hour after. And if there are those that want some type of employment, I'm sure we can work with the chamber to find them employment, but I haven't heard of any guards stepping forward
But they have
and
to
stating
drive
that.
1 hour here. I don't know where they
I don't
come
know
from,
where they
different
all-
places, but it feels to me like they're taking a long drive to get here, get paid for an hour, and then they have to do something to come back again for another hour, and that's it. That's all they get. It's
So
kind of
the-
a strange schedule and for such a low
But
salary.
it's like that in every municipality when it comes to the crossing guard duties, because I can tell you, I spoke to other municipalities, and we don't have to get into the nuances of their program, because I think our program's unique in the way it's administered. But every crossing guard, I can tell you, I have 5 schools in the radius of my home, and then the crossing guard's there an hour before your school starts, and they're there the hour the school ends. That's how the crossing guard structure works. It's the same thing. We provided services through Betty's team to Mass Academy a year and a half ago for 6 months, and they were there an hour and an hour. And then the county has contracted with their employees now to staff that location. It's the same thing. It's
Didn't
not
you say-
unusual.
Didn't you say some of our local businesses help employ them in the intervening hours?
They do.
A number of them have other.
A number of them
ancillary
have other
jobs
employment
here
throughout
on
the
island.
village.
Within the village?
Yes.
I didn't know that detail, but I mean, is there a way that we can, well,
It's a private business. I mean, we can always talk to them, but just for some context, because I think it's important to understand the contract. When we put this out to bid in 2023, the original PO was for $240,000. We came back the following year, we met with her and her staff, and we had residents come to us with strong concerns about Key Colony, and the manager and I heard that, and we added that position. So we increased the contract from $240,000 annually to $290,000 annually. And then last year, they approached us again. There was a gap between the private schools and the public schools, and there is a gap. You know, it was a reasonable concern that they brought to our attention. There's about 20 school days a year in differing between the private schools and the public schools, and we provide crossing guards for both. And we increased the contract yet again. We're paying $320,000 annually for crossing guards.
Do we have a retention problem with the crossing guards? I mean,
No.
okay,
No.
So,
Nope.
So if
The
they're
company does a great job, never had an issue, they staff it well, which obviously alleviates our officers. Our officers have an excellent relationship with the guards. Like the council member stated, many of the guards know our children that traverse and cross. They do provide an
I guess
excellent
that's what I'm
service.
precisely honing into, Chief. I know we're talking finances and everything, but what you just said is invaluable to a lot of parents in this community. And I think the sense of just making sure that they are, you know, they're happy with their jobs. We don't want them to leave because they're really there.
I haven't seen
specifically
it be an issue
focusing
in the 3 years, council member, and I agree, they are an invaluable service and they're paid very well for that service, in my opinion.
Wow. Can we do better?
So nobody's talking about getting rid of anybody. It's not. It's something that we do, and we've added to it. So,
And I kind of find the unique thing too is like, you know, obviously they have a right to speak to whoever they want, but Betty hasn't approached us at all and indicated that there's an issue.
Well, perhaps we could have a meeting with Betty. I'd love to join that.
I've
meeting if
I've
anything.
sat with Betty multiple times. She has my number. She knows my office. I have no problem reaching out to her, but I've sat with her
do
multiple
that.
times.
Go ahead.
I'll go meet with
Go
Betty.
for it. Go
The
for it.
chief. I know
Looking
you
forward
like
to
to
it.
give me the fun jobs, man.
Hey, council member, perhaps, I don't know, just throwing some things off the top of my head. We have a new park supervisor out there. Maybe if they want to get out there and be a maintenance crew with him during the day, I don't know, but that might be something we can look at. Obviously, that would be a cost to the village that we'd have to consider, but, you know, if jobs in the interim are that critical, and maybe we talk to Betty and see if they're willing to help clean up our parks.
How much is it per hour?
$31.50.
Now,
How much do they get an hour?
That's the question.
15?
It's
a private
business.
Private
Seriously?
arrangement.
Don't know.
Based on what Fernandez is saying, they're underpaid. You keep saying 31. That's the contract cost. He's talking about what do the guards get paid. I understand that. I'm just saying
in a
that's,
lump sum.
but that's what he's bringing up.
And I understand his concern, but again, it's a private business. And,
I'm not arguing. I'm not interfering. I'm just making what he's really trying to say, that they're not getting $31. That's all.
That's what I'm hearing. That's the sense that
Are they complaining to you?
Hey, when I finish this gig, I might go for that 3150. You know?
I'm starting tomorrow.
Okay, well, you
Yeah.
know what? Let me just
We'll get you an outfit now. Mr.
understand
Mayor.
it a little bit more.
Is there an
Okay,
age limit
I'm
on being
available.
a crossing
Or
guard?
we can just have a quick discussion with them and.
I welcome it. I'm available.
Frank,
I'll
be
sit
happy.
down.
I don't wanna-
Is there an age limit on being a crossing guard?
No, you're more than welcome, Mr. London. I will have to put you through a state
I'll join you
certified
on the next
training
job.
with our officers.
I'll be there with you.
No age limit. All right.
Wait a minute, we have enough trouble with enrollment. We don't need
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I think the first one, I'm going to pass on that one for now.
Okay.
I'll just write that one out.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Pension board appointment. I am reappointing to another term,
Bill Stevens
Bill Stevens.
for the pension board.
Okay.
Thank you.
And number 5 is any.
Consensus of council to approve the appointment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any issue on number 5? Have you all looked at your calendars?
I have Joe, I have a conflict in May, so.
Oh, okay, I'm looking at this one in August.
No, I'm good on that. That one I looked at, I can agree to move to the 25th, if it's okay with you.
Okay, anybody else have an issue?
This is on what date?
This is moving the August meeting from the 18th through to the 25th. Okay, so we have consensus.
Consensus of council to approve the date change.
Okay,
And then Councilmember Bracken had a
Yeah, I have
request.
I have a professional board meeting on May 12th, and I can't be, I either gotta participate via Zoom, or I've gotta be, not participate.
We're talking about May 12th?
May 12th, so I would, if we can move it to the 14th, that would be great. I know there's a appointment already on May 13th. May 13th, there's already a village appointment for the village.
What do you mean there's a village appointment?
There's already something on our calendars for that date, May 13th.
Disability Board Summit.
Yeah,
Oh, where the summit is that day, yeah.
so I didn't think it was appropriate to try to.
Right, I've got to go to that summit, right.
I was suggesting the 14th.
okay, does that work for you guys?
Should be good.
Yep.
I won't be able to attend, but I'm happy to have.
Oh, you're
you.
fired, I mean, come on.
So you'll have a young buck here, or gal instead.
Fire me.
So May 12th to 14th, Steve, is that, you got conflicts?
We can do it.
You can do it, okay.
That's the will of the council, yes.
Thank you very much.
All
I
right.
really appreciate that, guys. Thanks.
Consensus of council.
Yeah, my anniversary is on the May 13th, so I'm gonna tell my wife that I had to move, so.
Yeah.
Don't anybody else say anything different.
But May 13th is still open, Joe, for your anniversary. The 14th is the one we're talking about.
Okay, Councilmember Stoner.
Okay, where are we?
Order of agenda.
Okay. We'll cut to the chase here. I have a little bit of a problem when things are coming up sometimes, or oftentimes, on the agenda. They already come as resolutions, they already come as ordinances, and we don't know even that it's coming up until 3 days, 4 days before the meeting. And I think that we really need to have a preview of some of these things by way of the manager's report, discussion items, and then discuss them. And then if we want them to come back as resolutions, as ordinances, we can direct the manager to do that. And already he'll likely be able to come with something that doesn't need a lot of revision or discussion, and we can move through things a little more quickly. But I think we need more of a heads up to discuss some of these things. And a lot of times I'm finding that things that seem to be administrative, operational issues really involve a lot of policy considerations. So I'm requesting that we
Okay.
have more things go in that manner.
Having a date, the agenda should be delivered how far in advance? What are you saying?
Well, I would like to have it a week in advance instead of 2 or 3 days in advance.
Any
I mean,
problem
at
with that,
least.
Steve?
It's a challenge. It's a challenge.
Any problem?
Yes, it's a challenge.
So we can't do it.
I'm not saying we can't do it, but it'll be a challenge.
You can or you can't?
Well, the thing will be there'll be fewer things on. You won't be able to get as many things on because there'll be a deadline out. The problem is, and I understand it, you guys are pushing to get everything on the agenda, and we get a Thursday night, Friday night. The meeting is Tuesday, and we all spend a lot of time, as you know, preparing for these meetings, and it takes time to digest some of these things to even know what you're dealing with or what possible consequences could be. So it's really a problem.
Chad, can you go over a little bit, because I mean, this has been a time immemorial problem. It's not new. It's not unique. 20 years ago, I had the same issue, and other cities have the same issue. The order that this agenda follows is something that some prior council adopted. Is that right?
Yes. Let me just pull it up here. The answer is yes. They have blessed it. I don't recall if it was by resolution or just by motion. I don't know if
I think it was a motion.
a motion. I seem to think it was by a motion also. There are certain aspects of the agenda, though, that are set by resolution, that like through our rules of procedure, but I think overall, the agenda was just set by resolution. I mean,
Okay.
I'm sorry,
I
by
just have a
motion.
question. Were you trying to change the order of the agenda or the schedule of delivery of the agenda?
If we get it earlier than the order, then I don't need to pursue the order. I just need more time. I think we all need more time to review what's in the agenda and all the supporting material.
I would like to have a discussion about the order, because I think Steve's report, the manager's report, should go first.
Because the order is set by
Yeah.
an ordinance, I believe.
But here's the thing, the way that.
Which can be changed.
That municipal, governance goes is, we're supposed to take care of things that come to us via reso and ordinance. So in order to get the people's business done, you got to do those things first. I think, I don't know what Chad can tell you, whether it's done differently in some other places, but usually, that's a flow. And sometimes it just takes us longer to get through those things. Now,
I understand.
the amount of things that get put on the agenda.
This looked like a light meeting, and it
Yes,
turned into a
yes.
light meeting at all.
Short agenda, long meeting. Okay,
There's
remember
one
that.
thing we've done historically that I think helps,
Okay.
and that is before something winds up on an agenda as an action item, it's previewed so that everybody knows it's coming, if it's out of left field. If it's not part of, not every,
That's how I feel when I look at the agenda.
I don't see it that way, but there are some things that are out of left field. Historically, they wouldn't wind up as an action item before being previewed.
When you say previewed, what do you mean?
Discuss that it's coming, why it's coming, with enough education to precede the decision point, to not have to react in one single meeting after 2 days heads up,
Okay,
which
well, that's-
is what's happened
we have two readings.
on occasions recently.
Can I make a suggestion? Let's have it done a week ahead of time, and if it's not able to do a week ahead of time, Steve will come back and tell us why it's not able to do a week at a time.
I'm done.
So you have the agenda a week at a time, okay?
I
That take care of everything?
I see this as an impossibility, practically.
He didn't say it was impossible, he said it was a challenge.
I don't think this is gonna work.
There'll be less on the agenda because you can't get.
Well, basically, maybe
which
he won't
is-
get it on
which
the
is not
agenda.
bad either.
But listen, maybe he can get 60% of the agenda done a week at a time, and a few items will come later.
Yeah.
I mean, it still give you time with those items he knows are gonna be on the agenda.
So
The
to
other
add
thing
to,
is, are you applying this to ordinance and resolutions? Because ordinances, we have two readings, so we have time to digest, right?
Yeah, no, I'm applying it personally. I would like it to be both because that
Everything.
second reading thing is, it doesn't afford enough time to really digest what you need to digest.
From the first to the second reading?
Yeah,
Everything.
because the first reading,
You may make changes.
but you may not know the changes you want to make because you haven't had enough time to digest it. That's the
You will have
problem.
time to make the changes in the second reading.
But then you have to come a second reading and then you have to start to make the changes and have discussion about that. I just,
So why don't we just
okay,
say,
we'll try,
make it a week at a
Ed's
time.
suggestion.
Maybe you can't make, you make an agenda afterwards.
So we're defining a week ahead, the Tuesday prior to the council meeting, or
Yeah,
ordinarily, like
Right.
this.
Yeah.
best you can.
Or tell us why you can't do it.
Steve, there's something that you put out every month that shows what's coming forward. What do you call that?
We call it 36Y. It tells you what we're gonna do 3 months out, 6 months out, a year out. It's a working document that we use internal to the staff. Maybe we can make it a little
Maybe.
more formal and put it as part of the manager's report.
Okay.
So that people know at least the topic that's coming forward. Obviously, the details.
You won't
will
know
come-
the details, but at least you'll know.
The topics that'll be coming forward.
Okay, that might help a little bit.
So we'll add that to the manager's report each month. We'll put that out. similar to what we did with the procurement, so you see that coming. We'll do the same thing with our anticipated items to be on the next agenda.
Sounds good. Does that work?
Yep, yep.
I need to take something out of order. I was not aware that this is coming before us. The parking ordinance, Chief Souza,
What tab is that?
that's under the manager's report,
Okay.
number 4.
Hello
And this is
again.
something that we've been working on
Yeah.
for some time now.
Just to give some context to the rest of the council, and we do have the resident here in our council chambers today, who's addressed some concerns to us, to the mayor, myself, Public Works, about parking along East Enid and what seems to be over vehicles parking for long periods of time. So we began looking at the issue. I've had officers go out there several times. We've interacted several times. But I met myself, our Public Works Director, and the village attorney met, and we discussed what we can do in terms of enforcement. And it is a little bit more challenging than just beyond our village ordinances. Based on the approach that we did, we had a conversation with Miami-Dade County Public Works and discussed what we need to do. Despite being incorporated, parking control signage it falls within the county's jurisdiction and requires coordination in their approval. So we had a meeting with them. We discussed several enforcement options that we had through the village attorney. And what we've asked the county to do is to approve us placing signs along East Enid that limit it to a 24-hour parking limit zone area, that no vehicle can remain there beyond 24 hours. If they are there beyond 24 hours, they could be towed. In addition to that, another consideration that the Public Works Director and I did is we have golf cart parking only down by Beach Club. We don't have it near Crandon. So we're going to take one of those parking areas there and make it golf cart parking only. What that will do in the long run is no golf carts are going to be able to park anywhere else in those parking spots like they do now. So it'll free up for vehicles. And enforcement for the golf carts will be through civil citation through our code. Any other citations that are going to be issued for vehicles being parked, once the signs are erected, if approved through the county, it will be through the county code.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm fine with the golf cart parking area. Can you dictate the way they park? Do they have to park parallel or perpendicular? Can you make that decision along with?
Well, they all
Public
park
Works?
parallel there.
Well, now they do.
Yeah.
Well, now they don't, but they should.
Yeah, there's not enough room to have them like back in or head in. There won't be enough room on the street to do that.
Okay, because sometimes because I go up and down East Enid, they are parked and they are perpendicular. I understand why, because you can fit more in. And the only problem with that really is that metal guard that sticks out in the back is sticking out into the street. So at least if they had to back in, you could get more carts in and they wouldn't be a danger.
You're talking about for golf carts?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's something
Yeah.
I'll take a look at with our Public Works team, and we can look at it similar to what we do along Fernwood.
But to require them to back in and not, I think that would help.
Okay, I'll take a look at it with.
Chief.
I mean, it depends on the cart too, because like my cart, I can go perpendicular without coming out
Yeah,
into the
like
street.
some of them really stick out and you don't even see it. It's really dangerous.
Chief, so when you have the parking ordinance in place, that means vehicles cannot park for more than 24 hours throughout the entire village? Is that what we're discussing?
No, just for Enid right now.
Just for Enid?
Yeah.
Okay, how about by the village green?
Yeah, so I know that's an issue. I've been working with a citizen there also. I think we really need to get the approval through the county with Enid. Let's put up the signs, see how it goes before we tackle Fernwood. And I know Ocean Lane Drive is another area that's consistently brought up. Enid's a little more unique than Fernwood and Ocean Lane Drive because they do have cutouts and significant parking areas for the vehicles there. So the goal is to, let's start here. Let's see how it goes once we get the approval through the county, put up the signs, start our enforcement, and then once we finish there, then we can take a look at Fernwood.
The only reason why I bring this up is because people remind me routinely that we have vendors that are parking sort of,
So,
they
I'm-
refer
I'm-
to as sketchy vehicles on the,
Vans.
on the
So you
vans.
got to understand the vans. I'm very familiar. I've spoken to the 3 owners of the vans,
Yeah.
and
I know they.
without saying this in a more professional term,
Yeah.
they understand the regulations, right?
Sure,
So they
they-
what do? They park here today. Tomorrow morning, they move it 3 spots down. You know, and the next day they move it 2 spots back. They're within they're within the legal realm of the law. And even with this, what we're proposing, they would still be within the legal realm of the law.
So maybe we should just, if we're gonna have vendors participating in that place, why don't we assign vendor parking and then charge them for the parking? So that we don't have this sort of
So I'll let Chad jump
silliness
on
that's
that.
going on.
I think just a couple clarifications. We're not bringing a parking ordinance, okay? We are enforcing the county ordinance applies in the incorporated, unincorporated. We are now going through the process of establishing the legal mechanism through the county to enforce these provisions of the ordinance on Enid, right?
Correct.
Okay, just Enid.
East
We can,
Enid.
he said, we can do it in other areas. However, there's a process that we have to go through with the county. So we are doing that now.
So-
as it relates to what you're saying, council member, we can create a decal program if we wanted. Which is allowed under the county code. And we do have certain provisions in our code now regarding it, but we've never implemented it. But we have a lot of options to deal with parking. We just need to be advised of what the council wants to do.
So, I mean, so we could have resident-only stickers for example,
could.
like they do on Miami Beach.
Correct.
And that kind of thing.
Yes, yeah. And really, in this circumstance, the good news is that the county adopted this countywide parking code, and it's pretty comprehensive. So we can, if there was a policy direction from the council, we could implement a lot of things underneath that county code provision.
Oscar, what's the street called where the white condominiums live between the Ocean Club and that?
Is it Grapetree?
Is that Grapetree?
Which street?
No,
No, Seaview.
Seaview.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that area. We get a lot of complaints there.
Yeah, but that's a perfect place where you would have a sticker parking situation. So, resident only type sticker situation, or because that's constantly a battle. I mean, people leaving their cars there for weeks at a time, and then
There's a beach access at the end, isn't there?
Yeah.
Public beach access.
There is. I understand what you're saying with the stickers, but to what Chad said, that's a completely different path to go down.
Right.
I respectfully request, let us try Enid, because our resident back here has been very patient with us as we try to work through this. Let us see how this goes, and then if we continue having.
I trust your years of experience. Go for it. But just coming back to the vendor parking situation, is there something that we could actually do there, Chad, where we could actually turn some of these parking places into revenue generators, which Steve's always looking for, and we have the sketchy vehicles in the first place, so at least they can just park them and we can charge them for them?
The answer is, I'm sorry, Councilman.
I'm not sure if revenue generating should be the issue as much as not storing your vehicle there and making it, the spaces available to the people who live here who need to park their car somewhere.
Nancy, I agree with you, but the guys are playing the game, right?
Yeah.
So we don't have to talk about this all night, but.
Yeah, the answer is yes. If we had the proper direction, we can accomplish a lot of this that's already in place under the county legislation, so.
Okay, so the professionals are telling us, let's start with East Enid. Let's see how that works, and then we can take a look at.
For sure.
Fine. It's a great time. I was going to bring it up. It's about parking. I've been on Todd's ass for I don't know how many years now. And we spend a fortune to build underground parking in the community center.
Right.
Anybody uses the community center, the first 2 things, we have lights, portable lights. They take up 2 parking spaces. Then we have a few more things all parked there. And then when people come during the rush hours, there's no parking spaces. Why can't, he refuses to do it, take it out and put it in the police parking lot, put it somewhere else. He said they don't want it over there. Whoa. I mean, who makes those decisions?
Well, the freebie parking is taking up a huge amount of space.
Yeah, freebie, and then our landscapers take them up.
Yeah, the whole
Based on,
ridiculous.
under the
Okay.
community center.
Parking
You want to take a shot at that?
It's a space issue. I mean, we had our strategy session yesterday. I'll leave that to the manager, but
I said police, I meant fire parking lot, I mean.
no, but it's everywhere, Councilman. Like, fire has the same challenges that we have in our police and village shared lot. We have employees. If you go there during the day, and I know you come visit us, you don't come say hi to me, but you do come visit us.
Occasionally I say hi to you.
And there is no room to park, as you can see when you come into our parking lot.
Well, if the guys are out in the street instead of in the parking lot.
They are out on the street. As, if you read my annual report, you're gonna see the great work we've done.
You put your head in that one,
Chief,
baby.
before you get down, I mean, I know that there was, when I was involved with the beach club, there was a conversation about potentially using some of the beach club parking during the week when the beach club doesn't really need the parking. And I know that there might have been a financial conversation there, but it may be something to revisit because there's parking there that's not particularly used, and the beach club is always looking for a little extra stuff. So it may there may be a win-win scenario that you could work with. Because I know there was conversations in the past. I don't know where they went, but it may be an option because we have a lot of service vehicles that potentially get parked there during the week, and service somehow get them back and forth. Maybe the freebies could go there. So I don't know if they have to be inside or outside or whatever, but just as a thought process.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Let's keep going.
Extension of due date for Village Athletics Advisory Board report on inquiry into structure of soccer program.
Yes, we made a 3-month deadline that I know the Athletic Advisory Board feels really is a drop dead date, and the last 2 meetings were canceled or postponed for whatever reason, and there's a lot of
Have a
work to do.
quorum or something? Or?
Once there wasn't a quorum, once there wasn't enough notice, I don't know why, but
So
there's
we
a lot
need
of
to give
work
them
to
more
do.
time.
There's a lot of work to do, so I would like at a minimum a 3-month extension. We want to have a workshop. There's a lot of work to do.
Okay. Mr. Manager, we make that happen?
We can make it happen. So what exactly date are you looking for, council member?
I don't remember when the 3rd month is. When the 3rd month is coming upon us. I don't remember
Todd?
when we.
Was it June 1st? I think I remember June 1st.
Well, why don't we just forget about the number of 3 months? Why don't we just set it for, I would say September. I don't want to say September. Why don't we say October? It's a long ways off, but people are going to be gone for the summer. We have a lot of work to do.
Why don't we go October 15th?
Okay.
Pull it out of a hat.
Okay.
Let's do.
There's a lot to
The
do.
reason
And,
why I don't want to do October 1st is because we're still finishing up budget there, so I want to make sure we give some time.
okay, October 15th is good.
As long as it's not May 13th, because that's Joe's wedding anniversary.
Thank you very much.
And
Try to put it as far away as possible on that.
And could we just go back, because I had brought up 3 items before, and I'm not sure how we disposed of the 3rd one, which was my motion to have the manager and the CFO come up with an overarching plan to deal with the possible loss of the revenue because of possible changes, instead of
Well,
doing
because, okay, we took your undergrounding out of order and,
Okay.
and we haven't gotten to
Okay,
those.
okay, I'm
those
sorry.
I
two.
was just going in order, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I thought we had dealt with it, and I couldn't remember how we resolved
Mayor,
it.
if I might, we've done that. We have that. I think we've presented it
Okay.
a couple times to council. We'll be happy to present it again, but I think it's best to wait to find out, it sounds like what the senator said, this could very much be pushed to the summer. And we have all the scenarios already laid out, but we'll be happy to present it again if necessary.
Well, that's a conversation with Benjamin.
Right.
And Councilmember, if you'd like to have a one-on-one, you can sit down with Benjamin
Yeah.
as well. But we do have a plan laid out. I think we.
Okay, I'm just having a problem with this fee for service that we're doing, these different things of fee for service, and I think if we have a master plan for the different alternatives, that we wouldn't have to do that, which is not really moving the needle on the numbers. But I didn't mean to take this out of order, I'm sorry, I think I heard myself read it, and I thought we had discussed it, and we
Yeah,
hadn't.
and excuse me a minute. Gustavo, you're good with the suggestions that were made, right?
I want to take the opportunity to thank you, Mayor, Michelle and Associates, who's our property manager. She's also had a lot of input into it.
Could you say your name and address? I'm
Sure.
sorry.
My name's Gustavo Sanchez. I live on East Enid for 32 years.
And your
I
address?
like to keep my
Oh.
exact address out because I'm a law enforcement officer. I'm retired, but I'm still
Okay.
active with Miami Beach. And the council member brought up an important issue where down the line, and I want to thank the chief for taking this leadership role in implementing this program, which is going to eliminate all the long-term parking. It's become for commercial vehicles and so forth. And you're right, our goal right now is to allow the residents more access to the parking areas. But we should look in the future as a revenue, what Miami Beach has done, which they have a permit program where it's for residents and it's for after 6 p.m. So what that does is allow commercial vehicles, work vehicles to access these parking spots during the day, and then at night, open up the spaces for residents. And that would be a fantastic program. I know we don't have a meter parking department, which Miami Beach does, so it'd be an extra burden on your officers as well to enforce that kind of ordinance. But I think it would be a big revenue generator. It would eliminate a lot of the problems of people going on vacation and leaving their cars on the street, which has become a problem. But again, that's something we can look at in the future, but I'm very, very happy to hear the chief's implementation. I think it could be a program that we could expand on in the future. And I want to thank all of you for participating. I know some of you have gotten, or most of you have gotten emails from me. I left out the city manager, who was also very instrumental. I apologize for that. Thank you. We've had an ongoing conversation, and he's been very instrumental as well. So again, I want to take the opportunity to thank all of you involved.
Thank you.
And appreciate it, and our residents will appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Is number 15, has it been taken care of? And so I'll move to number 8.
Nancy, is that,
We're number 8?
oh, no, on your
your-
issue about the revenue
Revenue.
and the
Has that-
property tax?
For now, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Number 8, item 8, should the Village of Key Biscayne proceed with the AECom plan, or should the Village of Key Biscayne proceed with the GIT plan for the design and installation of storm sewers for Zone 1 of the Village of Key Biscayne? Councilmember London.
I put this on there before we, I guess a compromise date was the 22nd.
Right.
My question is this, at this point, is that a definite date we're gonna vote on it or not? At this point in time.
You gotta guess what will happen that day.
Well, my point being is.
I mean,
that's
if
purpose
the
of the meeting.
majority wants to, yes.
Okay, fine.
If the majority doesn't
Fine.
want to,
Gotcha.
right.
Okay.
I think for clarity, Councilmember London, the notice for that meeting says that it's consideration for the approval of either the GIT or AECom plan for Zone 1. So
Yeah.
it's giving that authority if the council wants to act. That's how it's been noticed and called.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next item is update on Harbor Drive. Mayor Roscoe, your item.
Yes, Mr. Miranda. Before I die, will Harbor Drive be,
No. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Chris Miranda, Public Works Director. Oh, she's right here. We've been working
I know you have.
diligently to get this done. We've been working with the county. We now have our JPA agreement put forth, and we have
nobody
presented the
knows what
county
you just
with-
said.
I'm sorry?
Your JTA?
JPA, Joint
JPA.
Partnership Agreement with the county.
Thank you. Joint Partnership Agreement.
Yes, has
Steve
been
knew it.
signed and executed by all parties. We are working with them right now on the next step, which is getting the request for proposal approval. They have to bless the documents to make sure we meet their criteria also, since it's their money that we're spending. Once we have that, the project will be put out on the street. We are looking at another avenue that might possibly expedite the process, but we need their blessing also, which is to be able to use our current unit price contractor.
So procurement
Procurement?
is starting or has started or?
It has technically, I mean, we do have documents ready to go.
Our bid documents are completely ready.
Yes.
We're waiting on the county to tell us exactly what they need to approve. As I'm sure you know, giving the county just everything you have is not the best way to go. We want them to tell us what they need. We've been emailing them for a couple weeks, and I think we'll have to call them again, but they'll respond. They'll get us the information.
In the meantime, Chris, can you get by some cold patch and basically get your ground pounder around the intersections between the paving and the bricks so you don't destroy everybody's car?
We have been doing that. We will do more of it. Yes, sir.
Please.
Yes.
You got a specific location?
Oh. Just come down there. You know where it is. Get by, especially my car.
My car too, that big.
Yes. The ground is settling
Okay,
around, the base is
so
settling around.
procurement in the next 60 days?
Hopefully sooner, but yes.
Okay.
Within 60 days, we should have the procurement process in
Colleen
place.
doesn't give me a look. She doesn't look like 60 days.
No, I think it'll be done in 60 days if we can
Yes.
get, it is all dependent on how quickly the county can say, yes, these are good. If they are like, you need to change this wording and whatnot, there could be a lot of back and forth. Ideally, it'll start within the next 60 days. If they come to me tomorrow and say, yeah, just send us the RFQ,
And
then
then
we can start.
it takes you, what, 45 days to receive bids or?
If we go through the bid process, yes, approximately 45 days. If they give us the blessing to use our unit price contract, we could start right away.
Well, we'd have to read it
Well,
twice
yes.
to you guys,
Yes,
because it's
we
gonna
would have
be
the
over
two
$500,000.
Correct. Thank you.
So it's got to get on an agenda.
2 readings.
Okay,
And we don't have a council meeting in July, correct?
no.
Unless we want to schedule a few workshops.
Okay,
We should have a special meeting, maybe a phone conference meeting to approve it. Can we do that? No, we can't, because they have to be on the dais. Can we have a Zoom meeting?
I mean, we can add it to a workshop. Like, you can add it.
Take a vote.
I think we should have a special meeting.
You just have to notice it.
Seriously.
You would need four council members.
Saying call a meeting for July?
Physically and
For the hell of it?
Let's see when we can get.
Councilmember, we're not there yet. Let me
Yeah.
tell you whether we need to do that. If that's something you all choose to do, but let's not plan for it yet, but if we need to, that might be an option. So,
Next.
and we would only need 4.
okay, next,
The next is update on the United States 250th anniversary, the village's 35th anniversary, and the World Cup FIFA event planning. Mayor Roscoe.
okay, can we get an update on where we are with that? I mean, I see time is running out quickly and I'm not sure that we have anything done yet.
He's gonna push me into it.
What I'm handing out to you is all the things that have been.
So there's something.
Yeah. See, man.
Yeah, but he screws up the parking,
Thank you.
I'll let. Go ahead and start with 4th of July.
Well, not just for us,
I know the top here. What's going on? Right or left?
Mr. Mayor, council members, as our nation
Your
is
name
preparing.
and address for
I'm
the
sorry,
record.
Michelle Esteves, 425 Great Tree Drive, 204. As our nation is preparing to celebrate the 250, the village also is preparing ahead. We are very much advanced. We have a few meetings, and of course, our manager have the 4th of July committee involved at the same time. And we had met a few times. We're gonna have a beginning with the FIFA and opening a beginning of May. There's a lot of things going on, but I don't want to take much time. We are pretty much advanced in that, working with a few members of the community. On May 29 is going to be the barbecue, but it's not going to be at the beach club. It's going to be at the Civic Center. Civic Center is the outdoor where we close for the Winterfest. So it's going to be a large community barbecue, and the same night is going to be the unveil of the 250 years. The FIFA program, FIFA thinks that the Todd is working more with that, and then on the side of the pool, we're going to have the barbecue, we're going to have a DJ, we're going to have entertainment. So it's going to be a big party, big things to continue to flow with the 4th of July parade. We're going to unveil the sale of our T-shirt that night. Also, the village is having a T-shirt for FIFA and things around. And then after the parade, 4th of July, we are joining also Village Foundation. Of course, Key Biscayne Community Foundation is involved in all this. And we will join also the Rotary and help the Rotary for the barbecue to make a more community event also. And then from that, we will finish FIFA and we'll start the preparation for our 35, that is the community. Will be very much
September
involved.
meeting,
September,
date, was it?
September date.
Okay.
Yes, the 25th. So
September 25?
September 11, 12, and 13, I think is the exact dates.
yeah, they're debating in two or 3 days there to do it.
12 or 13 of September?
Yes, even
Okay, I'm
we
just telling
discuss
you,
even
it's
the
Rosh
18th.
Hashanah,
Yep.
just so you know.
Yes, I think
I
that
think
that
we
what
talked
we got
about this
into it.
last
and
time.
we-
Yeah.
Yes, we look into it and think it's going to move further.
Okay, okay.
So, as she mentioned, that first picture, that will be unveiled at the 4th of July parade barbecue on the 29th. We have been in contact with the FIFA host committee. We're still trying to work on coordinating events with them and obtaining soccer legends to come to our community. We are planning the watch parties. We had Benjamin and Charlie on our committee do probability tests so we can not only start to begin to plan for the group stage, but also the round of 32. And then we'll continue that on as it goes to 16. I mean, obviously, what we're focused on are the games and the matchups that are important to this community. So the watch parties are going to be several here. We've spoken with the Cleat. We've spoken with Crossbridge. So yeah. We have reached out to the floating projection screen. So we have that lined up if we can work that into the program. We are doing a World Cup poster contest with all the children in all the schools, our local schools. So the big soccer ball that we're going to have around the community, in the community center at our events, as we prepare to drum up support. And right now, we're just nailing down the schedule. With America 250, you see also the T-shirt is a combination of all these events. It's a World Cup soccer T-shirt. It's Islanders 35, established 1991 for the 35th anniversary, and it has the America 250 logo on the hip. We are engaged with History Miami. They are going to have Dr. Paul George give a speech. They're calling it a fireside chat that we'll host at the community center regarding the Freedom Plane National Tour documents that forged the nation. That is coming to Miami. It's visiting 8 cities. Thankfully, Miami's one of the 8 cities that it's going to. And even more spectacular, it's going to be here June 20th to July 5th.
Where's it going to be?
At the History Museum, History Miami Museum.
Okay.
And so Dr. Paul George is going to speak about that here in our community. And we're currently coordinating 2 off-hour times for Key Biscayne residents to go to the museum.
Great.
Because we're going to do a morning one and an evening one. We'll have a reception just for us. Because the way that works now is it's what we're learning from other communities. It's in Houston now, and it's busy. It's a very popular exhibit, so we'll have time dedicated for us. Like she mentioned, we're going to have the a highlight reel at the May 29th barbecue for FIFA. We're doing student exhibits, movie nights, community service day. You see the banners that we're looking at for America 250. And then the final image is our summer camp T-shirt that the kids will be wearing this summer. So we're bringing that American 250 across the board. Also, for 4th of July, we are going to have a pre-parade picnic with games. That's something new we're adding this year. So sack races, three-legged races, a new element to our 4th of July schedule. I'm happy to report that the 4th of July flyover has been deemed eligible. And now we're in contact with the 48nd Squadron to get that confirmed. But we completed the logistical process of being.
Even though we have an Army guy, not an Air Force guy.
It does help, though. I will tell you that it does help when he signs Colonel retired on the documents. It's definitely moves us up the list, I believe. Like Michelle mentioned, the enhanced barbecue this year. And we changed the intro to the fireworks to include comments about America 250. And they have 3 official America 250 songs that have been incorporated into our 4th of July soundtrack. And then the Community Foundation is really
Are
taking.
you using Ed on any of these? He's been around like 250 now.
He's not here for July 4th.
In fact, we are. So we are actually going to have a float at the parade.
Yes.
So Todd, why don't you tell you who do we want in the float? We want the council members?
It's gotta be a surprise.
So, yes, for the first year, we're going to have a float in the parade. We secured that prior to last year's 4th of July parade, because the manager knew that this was going to be the 35th and wanted us to be in the parade this year to mark that. So we are having a float, and Jennifer's helping us with a float design committee.
Wow.
That we have from our staff, so we'll put that together. We've already purchased the lighthouse that will go on the float, and now we're working on decorations, so we hope if you're in town that you can join us on the Key Biscayne float in the parade. Hopefully they won't put us behind the horses.
I hope Ed won't be working as a crossing guard that day.
Yeah, that choice. So yes, no, Ed's going to be King Edward on the back of the float. So
Yeah. And so, again, working with the foundation on the 35th anniversary in September, we'll work on those dates, make sure we don't have any major
No
conflicts.
conflict, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you to Michelle, the 4th of July Parade Committee,
Where's this going to be?
Paradise Park.
And I would like to announce that this year, Parade Marshal, we are proud to have Manny Rionda as our Parade Marshal. this
Okay.
year. And we already have confirmed 4 bands, even the one that comes from Baltimore. So sometimes it's difficult to do the lineup for the parade, because if we have too much music floats with speakers and things, how do you space them? And it's a challenge in the day before of the parade to line up the parade. But we already have, I think it's 12 entries in the parade. And this year is an election year.
Yep.
We are happy because the only one that they have to make a donation to enter the parade is politicians, nobody else. So in that way, the parade may collect some funds there. So we are ready. We are
Well,
ready to roll. We are
okay,
ready to celebrate
okay.
250 and 4th of July and the
Now you're talking.
35 for the village. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
So Todd and Michelle did a much better job than Benjamin and I could have done in justifying that additional $50,000. So we'd appreciate that if we can move forward on that one.
Good.
Next item, update on streetlights, Mayor Roscoe.
We got anything to report on that?
Chris,
Mr. Miranda?
I am back.
Streetlights. Is
Streetlights,
streetlights
sir.
going to go faster than Harbor Drive?
probably gonna take about the same amount of time as it's working out right now. We did have last week,
Yeah, if it depends on the county, it's also.
yeah, well, there is quite a bit that's dependent on the county on this. Going through the special taxing districts and determining what the process is in getting those decommissioned and turned over to us so that we can take them over. So we're going through that process right now in figuring that out with the county. We've also done the photometric study. Last week, the contractors were out here one evening last week. I believe it was Wednesday. I believe it was Wednesday last week. They did do that study, and they are determining the condition of all the lights. So we're getting that full inventory before we can do the financial assessments. But there's multiple tasks going on all at the same time and moving it forward. The project was a 10-month look to get everything converted over, if we can manage to get the county and everything turned over to us, and FPL to take over the streetlights.
The maintenance.
But we are working on this every day.
So what's your timeline?
Currently, they've completed our first task, which was requested of them, which was determining, well, they're still in the process of determining ownership of the lights. Okay. We've determined that there are 4 special taxing districts in the village, plus the lights that the county owns on Crandon Boulevard. So we're, depending on where we're at, the problem is that there's a lot of moving parts in this. But we're at the beginning stages, so we're only about maybe 10% into this. But I'd say, according to their schedule, we should be completed in November with the whole process.
Okay.
Before the cold patch.
No, the cold patch will come tomorrow.
All right. I like that
Have a special
decisiveness.
Not that we'll get on that right away.
Please.
All right, the last item,
Item
you-
12 is moving. Councilmember London, your item number 14.
We did that already.
No?
14.
Direct manager to determine the feasibility and cost of changing how our documents are saved in website.
Oh, that's me.
Entire
me.
website from Laserfiche to PDF to improve ability to search.
website, right?
Not
That's Nancy.
intuitive.
Yeah.
Nancy.
That's
Yes,
me.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And may say, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I have such a hard time locating documents, searching on our website, and I always have to call the clerk or Jessica or whatever, and I'm told that it's because we save everything on Laserfiche instead of PDF format. PDF format is too expensive or something, but if you have the PDF format, you can do word searches. Do you know anything about this, Steve? Or no? Oh, there she is. Yay, there's Jessica. She knows more than anybody.
Good evening.
Hey, Jessica.
So the confusion, I think, I'm happy to walk you through it, is that it's not on the website itself. It's in Laserfiche, which is it's a separate program. It's the same way we use separate programs for, let's say, the Acela for Public Works. You know, there's web companies that we use with our website. They are all saved in PDF. They're all searchable, so they're all ADA compliant.
What is all saved in PDF?
All the contracts, everything is in PDF. It's just saved in Laserfiche, not on our website. That's why I remember we spoke. I said as soon as you go into Laserfiche, it's all there. And what happens is, just as an example, our website. I've only been here for about 5 years. We're on our second website already. It's common to do upgrades or changes. And one of the ways that websites work is they'll take all your documents and they'll transfer them for you. Each page of each document will cost, depending on the company, 80 cents to $1.50. So just as an example, took a quick look, just in contracts on our Laserfiche, and I didn't have the back-end access. We have over 600 folders, and each folder has multiple documents. Each document can be anywhere from 3 to 50 pages. All of our so you have to think every single page is gonna be $1. And every time you change the
Let's
website, you
talk
have to
about
take
how
that.
to navigate instead of, how we would transfer it.
No, but I'm saying, so that's why we use Laserfish. That was
Right,
gonna go.
exactly, but maybe help her tell her how
Yeah.
to navigate that if she's looking for,
Yeah,
what would. make
perfect.
sure
So
But I mean, I'm getting a private lesson right now. What about everybody else?
We're all good.
No, I'm saying about the
Yeah.
no, I'm talking about the public. I mean, when you go and you want to look for, I was asking for some documents relative to the Village Green, and I was asked what date. I don't know what date. I want to see all the things about the agreements about the Village Green. So I wanted to search that term, and there, I couldn't do that. Nothing comes up.
I after we spoke, I went into the contracts, I just looked up the word turf, because I wasn't exactly sure what you're looking for. And every contract related to turf came up immediately. So it's just going to the contract folder that
I
is on
know,
our
but
website.
then you have to go through all those contracts.
That's the hard part, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot.
Yes.
I just think there's got to be, as you can in many other situations, there's got to be an easier way to search, which I do think would reduce probably some of our public records requests.
Jessica, is there an AI program or something that?
That's what I was about to say. I think, so Laserfish is a system in itself. It's, it's a good filing system. At some point, we can just point an AI bot at it and do that sort of search.
Right.
That's
Well,
easy.
I was trying to do my searches with ChatGPT, and it was very funny because it gave me some absolutely wrong information about how the Village Green was not acquired with trust funds, nothing. And then I had already gotten the agreement with the recorded book and page and went back into ChatGPT, and then they go, oh yeah, oh yeah, by the way. So,
No, what I'm saying is as a search tool, not as a summarizing tool. In other
Right.
words, if you do, if you would say, please find everything about the Village Green, it would go in and find it for you. That's what we're saying, not to summarize it for you. I think that's what you're asking for, is how do I find things?
how do I find things, right? How does anybody find things?
And I think that's a very simple AI tool that we can put. And we already have a transparency hub that it's a single web page.
It's a public records hub, and it has the contracts, the ordinances, resolutions, financial, it's all there, and then under, we put the public records button, so that way it's all in one page, where you click in, you find all the contracts and
Right,
your
but
last
what you're
step should be-
suggesting is that we add an AI component so it's searchable through AI, through.
Yeah, I think we can do that. I mean, we're just kicking off, working with a firm. We haven't agreed to their proposal yet, but that may be one of the simple use cases we can look at. That's just a search tool.
Right.
Probably not hard to put in.
Right.
But,
Well, that would be fantastic, because it's really difficult now.
we don't want to be the ones who summarize it, because I think that's a public
Right.
record.
Right.
So I think it's
Right.
just a search tool. Sorry, man.
Right.
So, just occurs to me, wouldn't it be great the two of you would do like a YouTube thing or something and how to find something? I think that'd be
Not me, you can find somebody.
no, but you're the pro here. You're gonna know more about this than all of us up here.
I definitely did some social media videos a year ago when we launched, but that obviously
Yeah.
gets hidden back there.
Joe,
We can look into
you could appoint an ad
opportunities
hoc
to.
committee to have Nancy lead the committee on AI research.
There we go. And I'm always happy to sit with anybody. I know it would be a one-on-one as well, but if anyone's ever having an issue, I know you call me, but you're also welcome to come in and I can show you some tips and pointers.
Okay.
Or anybody else.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Was there anything on the manager's report? Was there any other items you wanted to discuss on the manager's report? And
That is absolutely pressing.
We're moving forward on the swales and sightlines. Shoreline is moving forward. We got a meeting on the 28th of April. We talked about parking. Civic Center is moving forward. We have another update with the design firm next week. Budget report is there for you to look if you have any questions, as is the procurement and CIP plan.
Steve, in the design of renovation of the new theming of the community center, will they be upgrading the furniture and carpet and all that type of stuff in that process where things are tattered?
So what we're doing with the community
I know
center.
you're reprogramming it, but are
Yeah,
they gonna-
basically reprogramming and understanding how to use a facility in better, more effective ways, as well as programming.
Right.
Right now, there is, that contract is not about what we're going to upgrade.
Okay, so it doesn't have any inclusion to do any repair or maintenance to,
As they go through, they're going to make those sort of assessments.
okay,
And we're gonna do it with them, but there is, probably some recommendations, but nothing in that contract and nothing physically done.
okay, thank you.
But that's something we're considering looking at, in the interim. Maybe at least the entrance to maybe spruce it up a bit.
You mentioned the sightlines, Steve. I mentioned something to Jeremy, and I went out and checked after I talked to him and did the thing and made the triangle and everything else. And I realized it complied, except what happens is the bushes are grown up high, so even if they're set back, it still blinds you at the various corners. In other words, you have your, whatever it's 15 feet by 15 feet, but the bushes right behind it are very high. Isn't there regulation on that also? How high they can be?
Not if it's not in the swale, that's the problem.
There's a sightline regulation, you're actually allowed to have low planting
Exactly what
and
was brought up.
trees with clear trunk, 6 feet of clear trunk, within the 15-foot or 10-foot site triangle.
But once
Outside the
you're
site triangle, you're permitted to have,
Well, come with
kind of
me.
anything.
You gotta come with me one day.
Yeah.
I'll show these places.
yeah, I'm
Blind, I mean, just can't see.
happy
Because
to
of
come,
Vegetation.
He's
yeah,
a big
because that
guy.
might
Can
be,
he fit
that,
in your car?
What?
Can he fit in your car?
it might be something we need to do, is to change that designation as well.
Thank you.
So, Councilmember, what I have in my hands, it's not quite ready for prime time. There's a couple corrections. We were gonna hand it out tonight, but, this is what we're going to provide the community, and it does have your little sight lines right here. But again, part of this whole process is to go ahead and begin the, education, the notifications, and then if necessary, the citing. But the second part of it also is for us to update the ordinance as we see fit. So if we feel that maybe that's not the right way to do it, over the summer, I think coming back in September, October, we'll come back with some recommendations on how to change it. Because these guys are gonna get, trust me, they're gonna get very familiar with our swales.
Thank you.
So, but we'll get this out to you. I would imagine we get it fixed tomorrow. And then I'll email this out to you guys tomorrow.
Okay, anything for the good of the order?
Move to adjourn?
Move to adjourn. Second, all those in favor say aye.
Discussions.